is made. So what else does the film have? Like Sudharma reminded, so the not only the light, we were talking about the light or the eye consciousness, even the thickness or the touch and temperature and cold or fluidity or the liquidity, these things are only a function of the skin. And that little baby in the cot felt all of that, but didn't have a thought about that. But the baby will scream if the temperature is very low, or baby would scream if the temperature is high. Is it because that there is a thought about me, or like I have to save myself, this is so cold, I have to save myself? There's no thought like that, nothing. But still those sensory organs have a limit, and when that limit is off limits, like if it goes beyond that limit, that baby, even though there is no self-thought or sakaya drushti, the drushti, but it, can you see, there is a limit to those things. That's where they are crying. They cry even for the, if the bowel moves inside the tummy, they will cry because they don't know how to react to that. Because it's a new sensation. For every new sensation, they are like looking wide-eyed and thinking, not thinking, actually feeling it. So can you see, actually even in that stage, there is anushya. Even though that the mind is not fully created, there is everything there. They feel the feel as if it's happening to them, but even though the mind is not even formed, isn't it? So likewise, there's always like entertainment there, but there's no thought, is not even formed yet. Like that, likewise, there's always that the possibility of self-thought, because self-vibration is anyway there, even with the baby. But that manifestation into a thought is how it is brought about. So
sorry.
Yeah, you can add.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. So at that point, now when the child cries, baby cries due to bowel movement or some difficulty, can we consider it as an involuntary response, or
it is an involuntary response. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
There's no judgment there. There's no judgment. There is no judgment like this is my leg, or this is my tummy, this is my head. There's only a vibration, and that makes them wonder, and that makes them to, it's unusual for them, whatever unusual. So why they feel so secure about mom's smell? Because they have already felt it inside the womb. How do they feel secure with mom's moment or mom's voice? Because they are used to that. Even the mom's heart sound may be like very used to them. That not because they know mom, nothing like that. It's just that it is familiar. But the important thing is to know is that there is underlying the glue there, the taints. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, that is there. It is there because the ignorance is there. The baby has no idea that this is a self-vibration, no idea about whatever going to happen, no idea that the next thought which is going to be formed, like mother, father, brother, sister, school, home, bat, ball, the baby or child doesn't have an idea that they are all manifestations of the 5 sensory organs. They don't. So they don't know anything about Dhamma. So even if a baby dies in the cot, there will be a rebirth. So it is very important to understand that part where Pubbe, what are those 3?
Pubbe Nivasanussati, Chutupapata and Asavakya.
Yeah, the Pubbe Nivasanusati is the one which goes back to the first thought, isn't it?
Yes.
And Chutupapata is like, I think, the happening present, how it happens now. So it's very important how we have to like understand what happened to us. I mean, it's not like what happened to us like in a sad way, but actually understanding the scientific way of what really brought about this self-vibration. What is the manifestation of self-vibration at the moment is the thought, but it started there. But when we understand this Dhamma, we understand the whole thing, not the part of it, not only the thought part of it. We understand from the beginning. That's why we are actually taking the root itself, not cutting the tree. We don't cut the tree, we actually take the whole root out. That's where we get rid of the ignorance. And tanha is what?
And craving.
Craving, yeah. Because of ignorance only craving is there. So when the ignorance is there is no place for craving. What can you crave for? Because the ignorance is gone, craving has no place. Craving has lost his place. So it is beautiful. And someone can add, yes. I mean, it's interesting when we do it as a discussion, I think.
Yeah. Can I ask another question, Dr. Kokila? When now in that beautiful example of mom looking at the newborn with all emotions, mom ignorantly believes the blank look of the newborn's eyes are also, she interprets as if the child trying to recognize me, child is laughing at me. So that ignorance is kind of, it's getting stronger and stronger at that point. Although the child is just responding to the shape of light, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is okay to be happy, like it's okay. It's true. But then if someone actually hear this Dhamma, they will know the truth. They will know the truth. They will definitely know the truth, and they will be actually enjoying the truth also, At one point, everyone will be enjoying the truth also, but that will be gone in the last part. But usually in the beginning, we might actually enjoy the truth because it's so beautiful to know how we are tricked, how we are led to this believing that everything is there and I'm going from one birth to another birth. That is so. Can you imagine one believing that I am born here and then when I die I'm born there, I'm again getting birth somewhere else? That I am part is because of that ignorance. So when we understand that second jnana, what is that? Chatupapata jnana.
Yes.
That one, we understand. The second one that you were trying to tell, what you understood one day, like this happened, that one, one thought only happens at one time. So that is actually something you have to realize, because even though we talk about mum now, even though we feel like we know mom forever, imagine someone is like 50-year-old and mom is 70-year-old, just imagine. And 50-year-old has another son, 30-year-old has another son, 10-year-old, just imagine. So it's like a steps chain. So everyone believes everyone is there. So, and so the mother, but what happens really is the resonance, which happens each time, even though that happens because of the magic of these thoughts, because thoughts has all these 8 elements. What are they? Like the solidity, the liquidity, the temperature, light, and then other four are the light, sound, and the smell and the taste, isn't it? Yeah. All these 4 elements are there in one thought. Then that not only that, everything else also get attached to this, like every kind of the emotions with the mom, like the memory, there will be, like, we call it memory, but actually everything will come into that light. So when at particular that moment, when we are like calling amma or mum, we feel like eternal mum, like my mum. But what happens at that particular moment is it's only one thought which is happening now. And the other interesting thing is, not only this self vibration has the same story. That self vibration which was there in the baby is now getting manifested everywhere, because it was there anyway, because each time consciousness feels like real, self vibration is getting resonance, the telepathizing at the same time. So now it is manifesting in the thoughts. So when it is manifesting in the thoughts, every time the thought is taken as real, the problem, the self vibration is also there. Like it is the same, like 2 sides of a coin. Like this happens, this happens. So how are we in the sense humans, how are we going to catch this? We can only catch this with the help of the mind. We use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the vibration as well. We use the mind, and we then one day, if the liberation of the mind happens, you will feel that self vibration which was masked all this time with the thoughts. And then once it was actually nothing to do with the self vibration. It was only a vibration of the 5 sensory organs. If we have that insight or the knowledge or the science, if we know if there's no ignorance, then definitely that particular moment, the telepathizing of the self vibration do not occur. It doesn't occur. It can't happen. Then the non-self vibration occurs, which is Lord Buddha's vibration. So it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful to understand how this happens. So beautiful to for all of humans to feel it, because this doesn't come from sitting down and meditating, because sitting down and meditating itself has an agenda where you believe that something will happen to you. This is not that path. I invite everyone, this is not that path. It's really difficult but different. It's not difficult if it is actually, if someone hears with so much attention, so much courage will come for you to understand this. There should be a lot of minds out there, humans out there who can understand this. And one fine day they will hear this and they will start wondering, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? We are talking about liberation of mind. We are not talking about becoming the universal consciousness. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about beyond that. It is very important. We are talking beyond that. The consciousness is not fundamental. We are talking beyond that. So it is really, really beautiful to understand. What do you think? Is there anything to add?
Uh, it's so insightful, and your explanations actually they broaden the understanding, and all listeners come to certain realizations. And as Dr. Kokila highlighted, when it doesn't matter the language, nationality, or whatever, once you understand this, Dr. Kokila, in no time it becomes self-evident, isn't it? That's what you highlighted. I mean, even a beginner feels that Dhamma becomes self-evident day by day. So it is.
Yeah, it might take time for you to get the points,
Yes.
like
Yeah,
someone would say in Pali, and you don't understand Pali. But you don't have to understand Pali. You just understand how the thought occurred to that beautiful baby, like how that mind got formed, like mind was forming with the five senses. So when mind is forming, why suddenly there are problems? Why the 7-year-old has about 5,000 watts? If you just take the vibration, the power of the vibration, why when the person is like 50 years of age, why it is like 35,000? Why it is like 100,000? Why? Because this ongoing belief that there is someone ruins the whole scenario. It ruins the lives of the humans. They lose their humanity. They lose the ability to, the smile. That baby had the whole power to smile without any judgment. And we have lost that. That baby had the whole power to stare at the world without any judgment. And we have lost that. And baby had the power to listen to everything, and we have lost that. We can't listen to something, can we? We judge. We have like a thinking profile. Like we this is this voice. This is that voice. This is they are talking this, that they are talking this. So something like that. We have so much thoughts. It's okay to have thoughts. It's okay to have thoughts. What we are trying to say is, this is what life is. The thoughts and thoughts and thoughts and thoughts. So when thoughts happen very fast, we call it mind. So in that we feel the time. That's what is happening. That's all. So none of these are true. Even the baby's eye vibration is eye consciousness was not true. It is because of the eyes vibrating so fast that the light is there. So what to call for the other things? What can we tell about the tree? I mean, the thought of tree. What thought of cricket or thought of basketball? What can we say? Even the light is just a production of the eye. So beautiful.
Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, at that point, when you say that newborns or these babies, eye perceives light only, so there are these two rounds do not occur, right? Vattam can you explain it? Like, because the child doesn't have any previous
That is also
experience.
another thought in our mind. That Vattamvatati is also another thought in our mind. Doesn't necessarily matter, but yes, it doesn't have thoughts yet. Baby in the cot. It quickly gets into that pattern.
Right.
Because they understand. They try to tell by about 11, 12 months, they start to babble, isn't it? They start to say something.
As you previously said, Dr. Kokila, the child has already exposed to certain vibrations to mother's
Yeah, but that
womb.
hasn't come together yet.
That hasn't come together yet. Okay.
It's just the
Very
familiarity.
clear.
Familiarity doesn't necessarily mean that they have formed the thought. That happens with the Sasava Sabhava, that the tense, because remember that little baby who doesn't know anything about the phone, why are they crying when the phone is taken off? Because they like the texture, they like the beautiful colors, they like the the glare. They look at it, they taste it, they put it into their mouth. What do they know? They still cry when it is taken out. The same way the baby will cry when you are taken out from mother's hand.
That's clear, Dr. Kokila.
Anyone else adding anything? Surangika, do you have anything to say? Don't know whether she's in a position to talk.
Miss Lalana is there. Until Miss Surangika joins, we can invite Miss Lalana to express her thoughts regarding
everyone. Regarding what you are talking, because now only I joined, doctor.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Hello.
okay. That's okay.
So
We were
what
talking
is the
about
discussion, doctor?
discussion was about, we started with the book. Shani read the book and it was talking about the Trividya, and we were talking about Trividya, and that was the discussion. But then if you didn't hear the first part, it's okay.
Regarding Trividya, doctor, have the discussion is going on. Trividya, yes, doctor. Actually, I want to tell the truth. I haven't heard this Trividya before. I heard this Rudam, right? I thought because my intention was doing meditation and somehow to get some sort of dhyana, and being practicing dhyana, I thought of getting and teaching to Nibbana. That was the wrong idea I had. So once I heard this Trividya, that is the actual path we have to go to liberation of my mind. Without Trividya, doctor, we didn't know what it is, because when you go back to our radiant mind, it is very clear. The formation of mind starts to begin when the teacher or mother or father or someone else given words for the images that the child is seeing. So that from there the thoughts begins to start. So when the thoughts become real, the he or she or baby or who, doesn't matter, creates their world. So when I heard this Trividya, Pubbe Nivasanasti Jnana, that means how we understand this Trividya. Pubbe Nivasastra Jnana means I thought earlier the previous births, that is entirely wrong idea I had. When Aryan Master's sermons, when I listened to that, I realized that is wrong. Chuttapapad Jnane and Asvakya Jnane, this Trividya is the fundamental of this Dhamma. So without knowing this, how can we get the liberation of our mind? We should know these concepts very well, doctor. So I think that is the key. They are the key points we should know clearly. when we go on this path, Doctor. So I think someone is listening this Dhamma. Aranvasa always highlighting these things. This Trividya is the basic or fundamental things to get to liberation, to have the liberation of our mind. So these are very important. That's what I feel, Doctor. So anything to add? Someone can add some more things to that. Thirwan Saranai.
Yes, please, someone can add what you feel about this.
Thirwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thirwan Sannai, Dhamma friends.
Thirwan Sannai.
That was a very interesting discussion, Dr. Kokila. Very well explained, especially with regard to finally how the whole self-perception comes about. And the understanding of the past minds thing is so important because that is, as Lalana quite rightly said, the Trividya all together, all three form the fundamental tenets of the core Dhamma teachings. The one thing I just wanted to say was, that learning, as you said, at the stage of the baby in the cot, there is those basic consciousnesses. And there is that involuntary kind of attraction to light and so on. But no thoughts get formed, and then that learning process gradually starts very seriously from the nursery stage. But before that, probably the name of the mother, like Mama and Papa and things like that, only through the reinforcing of that same word, isn't it? Because parents have this way of making the baby say mama, and it is that constant reinforcing of that sound which the baby hears is the thing that then causes the baby to utter the words. But to Sudharma's point, ignorantly the mother thinks, "Ooh," and shrieks in delight, thinking that the baby actually uttered the words "mother," and that mother sound that came from the baby or emanated from the baby was actually meant for that particular mother. So there we have that, through ignorance, the attribution of anything and everything to the self, isn't it? And the how the I comes about. So the perception in which the mother perceives that whole interaction is so different from the radiant mind possessed by the baby. The other one that I wanted to say was, so as that learning starts from the Montessori level, and the baby learns all those things, but then there are other aspects that keeps on getting added to the teens, isn't it? The other one, I think Aryan Vansi has said, education and environmental conditions all come together to, I think, kind of make the teens manifest into Ashrava. And it is that Ashrava then that gets kind of becomes functional through ignorance and those perceptions to form those so-called volitional formations or abhisankarana aspects of it. But then when one understands the mind and coming to Chutupapata Jnana and understanding the true nature of the thought occurring in this very moment, the taints which have the capability of taking one person through the thoughts and binding them together without knowing, and therefore causes that volitional formation to increase or the abhisankarana to increase, gradually dissipates, because when one understands how the process works, that whole binding ability of one thought to the other, to the other, to the other, the paticca samuppada, does not happen or starts to fade away. And because of that, the Abhisankarana or the volitional formation doesn't actually become powerful. The current that starts merely, just almost like an undercurrent, increases in its power only through ignorance if we don't know the truth or the true Dhamma. But if we know the truth, that current will not have the power to increase, but instead, by shining the light, gradually dissipates, and ultimately that end result, the self-perception, is the one that then dissolves. So, if we think about that Pali term, naidang attakatam bimbang naidang parakatang agang, what that means is this whole process is not something that one does, or it is not something that another person does. Hetum paticca sambhutang, hetu banga nirujjati means it's conditions. If conditions form themselves, then it happens, and if the truth is shown on the way it works, then the conditions do not arise, and if the conditions do not arise, then there's nothing to arise. So it's actually a beautiful Dhamma. And there are so many aspects of this that one needs to understand and study. There is certain amount of perseverance, certain amount of effort that needs to be applied. But at the same time, one cannot hold as I think Swarnamali said in that very nice example, one can't hold the bird too tight either, isn't it? One has to use the mind to understand the mind, but at the same time, you hold on to something too tightly, you hold on to the Dhamma too tightly, or you try to grasp it too quickly, too soon, then the purpose is lost, and it just doesn't happen that way. One has to apply the Dhamma in one's day-to-day activities and understand how the mind works, whilst one gets about it, the activities, and see how the defilements arise, see what the cause of the defilements were at that particular moment, and that is how slowly those defilements, I shouldn't say defilements, I think it's asrava is slightly different to defilements. That is how the asrava start fading away, and that is finally what we call the asavakkaya jnana, the wisdom in seeing how these occur, and then by the arising of that wisdom, the asrava gradually ceases to occur. I think I'll stop there. Dr. Kokila, Thiruvaan Sannai.
Yeah, Thiruvaan Sannai. That's so good. Is there anyone to add anything? It's actually very beautiful to talk about these things. And we talked about the first two. The first one was how a thought is made, in the sense how going back to how it was made, and then we talk about how it is happening, how this telepathization is happening at this moment, and then about the other third one, asavakkaya jnana, or how you know whether the vibration is whether it's actually getting lower. It's very important to understand the vibration too first. So that is actually it comes from listening to Dhamma, understanding this Dhamma, and then actually doing the pratipada, or practicing this as well. In that, you would feel that vibration, whatever the power, you might feel it, and then you know how much is there to actually subside to. Like, actually, in that, if you had the 4 steps practice, like if you have practiced them well enough, you might actually feel the non-vibration too. So that to happen, actually the 4 steps should be mastered. What are the 4 steps? We will just mention it here. The first step is we have no experience of outside. We have only experience of our thoughts. We find the trees, we find the sun, moon, we find the house, we find our village, we find Sri Lanka or UK or Australia. We find all the thoughts. We can't find anything else, which is normal, but we have to understand. The second one is that how it happens. This, imagine the tree. So we call it a tree. How do we know it is a tree? Tree is just a sound, but then we have a mental picture also. So how did that happen? That's because the one thought has all these elements. So how the one thought is brought about, then we understand how the one thought has happened, and we know that it's just a construct. It's a mental construct. Can a mental construct be true? Because it's different to each person. My mother is never the other person's mother unless it is my sister's mother. But the problem is, even that, the perception is different. The way I think about my mother will not be the way that my sister thinks about my mother. Same mother though. So the perceptions can be the word can be similar, but whatever you feel is different. So can these mental constructs be true? It is unique to that system, but are they true? They are not actually true, because every time we go through this Dhamma, we understand that they are not actually there, but they are manifested. It is okay. It's okay for them to be manifested, but we have to know that they are just manifestations. They are just constructs. Then comes the understanding of the 5 sensory organs, which are like ear, nose, eyes, tongue, and the skin. There was an Aaron Hansen.
Yeah, Kogila. What's today meeting the topic?
What is it, Aaron Hansen?
Yeah, what's today meeting that? What's going now? Discussion.
The topic?
Yeah. What's type of discussion is like?
It was about Trividya, because the book had the Trividya in it.
It's okay.
So we went along with that line. So all of us added everything about
that.
Yeah, the Asavaksha Jnana, we didn't discuss that much. So I was trying to add something, and then it led to the Pratipada. I don't know. So that's what happened to the.
No, not this. True. It's okay. You see, what is this Asavaksha? It's a fee.
It's a fail.
It's a fee. It's not a mind. It's not a knowledge. It's a fee. What's the fee? Non-existent fee is Asavaksha. The same, no, non-existent feel and otherwise the life fee is fading. Or what's normal? You see, that's
the reason, Narayana. So I was trying to tell that if someone wants to feel it, the Pratipada should be practiced. That was the thing I was trying to highlight.
Yeah, it's okay, but every moment is Pratipada.
Yes,
It's a
yes,
practical, yeah,
100%.
every
Yeah.
moment, yeah. So you
Yes,
see,
Sahaj.
Dhamma is you, and the Dhamma is not two, it's one. What's that? Why is that? Uh, what's the Dhamma? It's nothingness. Who are you? You are also nothingness. Nobody's here. It's a truth. Illusion is someone is here. What is truth? Nobody's here. System is working. What is the asakshaya? How much you have the power? How much your ego? Ego is fading, is asakshaya is there. How much you have ego? That's true. That's true also. That's true. No, that's true. How much you are powerful? You are a doctor or lawyer or president or anyone. No matter is you. It's your ego. But president can be here. No, it's a calmness. You see, it's a cool mind. No, it's tranquility is there. It's okay. Ego is lost. Ego is less than. It's okay. Fade in the ego. That's a good president, I think. Because everybody is same. No president, no anybody. It is at mind. People are same. No, people are same. No, no. It's a mind. No, doctor is a mind. Yeah. Mind. Someone thinking I'm a rich guy. Someone thinking I'm a poor guy. It's a mind. No. How much you have money? How much you have money? It's enough for the rich guy. No, it's your mind. So how much you have money, but your mind is not satisfied. You're a poor guy, no. No.
Yes, Sahaj.
You are not satisfied, so you are a very poor guy. You are not rich guy. How much became a rich guy? You are insatisfied, you are unhappy, you are in happiness. That's your rich guy. No, that's the rich guy. How is this tranquility? No, it's very nice feeling. No, so you can feel everywhere because tranquility is like a nature. Nobody is here. Is tranquility is there. How nice that feeling. Nice feeling is there. No, nice feeling is there. Unbelievable happiness. No, I always talking about no being, no living being. No, nothing existed. That's the important Buddha's explanation.
That's the message. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the message of Buddha's given always. Real message is that one. Why is Sunyata Patisanyutta Desa is Buddha's word? Why? It's not Anusada. Why? People are going outside is real and they are finding the many things, but they are finding their own mind, not anywhere. Like a silly. That's a silly mind. You know, it's a silly feel. Silly mind is given me. It's okay. Someone understood this. Someone understood how is creating our mind, how is creating our thoughts. A nice feeling, no? No, it's a nice feeling. It's okay, no problem. You are married or no? You have babies or no? It's okay. Everything is okay, no? No problem. Yeah, you're busy guy. Yeah, it's nice. Busy guy also nice. Yeah, you're not busy. It's okay, no problem. Everything is okay. No, what's the happen is the best. No bad anywhere. It's okay. Something is
And
wrong, it's okay.
even death is okay.
That is okay, no problem. Because everything is over. No headache.
Yes.
Headache is over. Yeah. Very happy.
It's a beautiful Dhamma.
Yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma. How nice that feeling. Very easy, though. Very easy explain this Dhamma. Someone understood this Dhamma. He can experience it. Yeah. It's not a syllabus or anything. It's a practically happening. No, it's a practical, So you can experience it. Where's the where's the real heaven? Where's the real heaven? Yeah, Kokila, where's the real heaven? Where's the real heaven? This 31 world. Where's this 31 world?
In one thought.
It's nice, yeah, it's nice. No, Kokila. You are in this. Yeah, now you can go everywhere. Why? You won't die? It's okay. You can die after you can go.
Yes,
It's funny, It's a funny mind. How nice this town, where we are. So our traditional things, our people like how strange is. Go trigger is the word. What's the word is that? Tributes, no? Tribers.
Tribes.
It's okay. Yeah, we are the tribers. Why? You want to go heaven? It's okay. You want to go heaven? No, it's okay. You don't like go to heaven. Why? That's the tribers' ideas. Where's the heaven? Where's the heaven? This present moment, everything is. Oh, it's okay. Here and now. Where are you in? Suranga, where are you? Heaven? No. I think Brahmalok. It's already mine. How much Brahmalok? No. How nice. What's Buddha's word is? What's what's that? What's that example? Buddha's given, no? Vakkala, tak, Vikkala. How is that in English? Yeah, Suranga.
Yeah, by the stretching of an arm.
Yeah. So that's a Asita Tapasa is experience, no?
Yes.
Asita Tapasa in Abasara. So radium, I know. It's a radium, I know. It's nice feeling. It's okay. Yeah, 31 world, yeah. It's your mind, yeah, it's okay, but it's not the thought. It's a mind. How much powerful mind? How much your mind power is gone? That's the 31 word. How much is powerful? That's the evil. How much ego? That's the evil. Maniya makkato atimani kukkoro is the Buddha's word. What is that? Your ego is how much you have ego? You are monkey. So after that, it's okay. More than your ego is there, is your dog. What is this? It's a Buddha's word, no? It's not our words. It's okay. Sorry for that. Yeah, you can tell now. Your friends. You are more ego. You are dog. Sometimes you are be dog. After that, something happened to now. You are be a dog. What is? Yeah, it's a real. It's happening. It's a Buddha's word. How nice this Dhamma. 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 How ni How nice, no? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. That's the 31 word. No, anyway. You can see your own. Your your mind. No? How is this? This is not a. It's a feel otherwise. No? Yeah, you can feel how much you have ego. You can feel no how much you have ego. So Kokila, how you ego? Yeah. Smoothly, no? Like a feather. Yeah, you are like birds fly in the sky, like that, Kokila, like that, going straight. Pattern, no? That's that's a nice feeling. No, that's a nice feeling. That's the Arahat stage. The Buddha's example is that one. No, Akasena Sakuntanang Gatite Sanduranya is the Buddha's word. No, what is that? Birds fly in the sky, like our spiritual guys. No, it's okay. Arahat stage like that. It's okay. Yeah.
In
That's right.
Trividya Aranahansa, actually,
Yeah.
it's all
Yeah,
it's all feels,
all of that,
all of
all
our
is there.
feelings, feel.
Yeah. Because Trividya is first one is the Pubbē Nivāsa Anusaya. Is the meaning is the first what you want to do. Became a truth. You don't know the truth. You won't know the truth. Especially, what is this word? Why are you here? Who are you? What's the death? What's the birth? You don't know. That's why you want to know the truth. You want to know the truth. Yeah, that's the Pubbē Nivāsa Anusaya. How our thoughts, how it's coming. This moment is okay. Chair, table, or something here. How is chair is coming? Yeah, it's okay. That's the kindergarten time. Teacher given the picture and given the sound. That's the chair. What is this chair? It's a thought. Sound and firm together, no? One spark is there. That's the thought. Someone is calling, no? Do you know the chair? It's okay. You have a picture. What is this? Film. That's the third thinking film, no? It's a mindful. Yeah.
The people get so confused with that film,
Yeah.
Aranahansa. It has a depth. It has like the feelings. It has everything. Like it's so confusing. But we can say, if you hear this Dhamma, there is no confusion.
No confusion. Yeah. Not confusing. Yeah. It's you can feel it, no? It's an experience. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you know how you are inside free. Mind. How you are inside is tranquility, no? It's a relax. No, really relaxing is this inside meditation, no? It's understanding one. It's very important, no? Inside meditation is understanding one. What's the understanding? It's truth. What is this world? What is this world? It's your sensoring world. It's a sense that we've given you to this world. What is world? Sound world. No, light world. What is the sense of creation? No. It's okay. Yeah, that's the Pubbē Nivāsa Anusaya. This so today you have many things. You have parents. You have many things. No? You're a big guy. Today you can everywhere you can see. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, I can see. No, I can hear. No, I'm here. I'm living. How is coming this? How is coming this? This is your mind given you to this price. What is this price? It's a word. What is this word? It's outside? No, it's your mind. You're thinking. It's okay. That's the Pubbenivasanussajnana. How is this? How is coming in this world? How is manufactured in this world? How is sense of creation happen in this world? How is creating this world? No, senses creating, no. It's not anywhere. It's not there. It's like a film. You are in the film. Yeah. You are in the dream. Yeah. How is creating this dream? How is creating this film? Nice to understand. Yeah, you go back. You're a baby, childhood. When you're a baby, how nice that. Yeah, it's okay. How is coming today? It's okay. Yeah, nice feeling. Listen, Pubbenivasanussajnana, Chatupatha Jnana, what's that? This present moment, every moment, every second, one thought is here. But it's not real. But it's not real. It's sound and firm. It's not real. Sound is not real. No. Pictures also not real. Smell, taste, you feel, it's not real. Senses given you to this. You know, this present moment is not real. Is a Chatupatha Jnana. What is this Chatupatha Jnana? What is the English word is? Arising, no? What? Appear and disappear, no? What's that? What's that? It's a Chatupatha. Udhyapanya is Chatupatha, same. What is that? This present moment is not real. Nothingness. It's experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the actual words.
Chatupatha is a Udhyapanya.
Yeah, in English.
Yeah, English, yeah. Arising and passing away. Nice, no, Kokila. You are like my sister. No. Yeah, Kokila, I told before, many years ago. No. Few years ago. It's okay. I told you, my sister, like that. And it's okay. Today, also, it's a reality.
Yeah, can't find the English word.
Yeah. Nice, no? Yeah. Nice. I like everyone. I like everybody. I like these Dhamma friends. Otherwise, not only the Dhamma friends. I like every living beings. I like everybody. I like the nature. I'm the nature guy. Why? I don't want anything. I want blood. I like giving my blood to you. Why? I don't want blood. I don't know why. It's my feel. I don't want anything. I'm the you. I'm the everybody. So I like everybody in smile. I don't like everybody in cry. I like everybody in happy. That's the Buddha's feel. It's my feel. I'm the son of the Buddha. What is that? What is how is that? You give me the words.
Son of Buddha. Son of Buddha. Yeah.
Son of the Buddha. It's okay. Nice, no? It's nice words.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's okay. It's very nice. Yeah, that's it right there. It's okay. What's the third one is feel. It's a feel. Is your ego is fading. You are the everything. You are not anybody. You left you. But how's telling this? How's telling this? You left you. How's telling this? You how's telling this? How is this? You missing you. How's telling this? Yes, Suranga, you don't lie. You don't laugh. It's okay, Suranga. You're an older guy. You tell me something.
No, it's actually very good, Arunwas. Simpler the better.
Simpler the better. Yeah, okay.
You went in search of something, and in the process,
me lost
you
me.
lost you.
It's okay. Me lost me. It's good.
Me lost me.
Okay, that's nice feeling. That's after everything is me, no, because I'm not anywhere. That's nice feeling. It's okay. My art is not anywhere. It's okay. I'm not editing my art. It's okay. I'm delete my art. I'm erasing my art. After everything is my art. You know, Kokila, you are the me.
I losing.
Don't fear. Don't fear. It's okay. You are
Actually,
the me.
Aruna sir, I losing. We will be like rewriting the history. Rewriting history.
Rewriting, yeah.
Yeah. We will
Yeah.
rewrite. Yeah.
That is why I awaken to the moment. No, that is why Buddothpado. I was studying that English. Awaken to the moment is okay. That's the Buddha's. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nothing. That's not. Awaken to the moment. His dream is over. We are wake up in the dream. It's the Buddha. No, it's a.
Yeah.
It's a
And
non-existent. There are nothing. Nothingness. Yeah.
and it will be the same thing like you said. You losing you.
Yeah. You lost you. What is this crazy English?
Good crazy English, Arunvans.
Yeah, I don't know English. That is why I'm joking doing. No, it's okay. It's
We
okay.
fully
I would
support
get the
that,
message.
Arunvans.
I would get the message only. Yeah. I'm not the professor. I'm not a professor. It's okay, but I won't give the message only. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
Arunvans.
nice. Yeah, nice feeling. It's okay. I think it's our time is over now.
Yes, Arunvans.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's
It's now. It's okay. Yeah, Lalana, how long you are here? I think you are dead. It's what happened.
Yesterday,
Still,
you
your
know.
voice is coming, no? Sometimes
Yes,
your body is not there.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, it's
The way you
okay.
are
Yeah,
talking is nice, because we get the message. Everyone can
yeah, it's okay.
understand you because of the simplicity.
Yeah, the simple words. It's
Yes,
nice.
Saran,
Yeah,
it's very clear,
message.
right? So when the Aswakyanani means it's a feel, it's true.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah,
convenient.
yeah,
We can get the message, and it is the way you are talking is can convince the people the clear message are advanced.
yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Message is very important. What's the
Yes,
message?
message.
What's the
Yes.
message,
Yes,
Lalna?
Saran.
Your death is over. This is happened. That's the message. Now you are not in here.
Yes, Saran. Sir, I have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
small question.
Yeah, it's okay. Why is small? You can ask me big question. You are not a baby.
Sir,
Yeah.
in action mind as of can be proved, no?
What?
Action mind. So when we see the process of our sensory organs,
Yeah.
that means the
That's
asavakya is there, right?
it's someone know the how is creating these thoughts. That's asvaksha the coming
Yes,
back.
sir,
Yeah,
yes.
inside asvaksha.
It's related to asavakya, no?
Yeah, asvaksha is a field. Yeah, it's a field.
It's a field, yes.
It's a field because fading the your ego. Ego is the fading. It's asvaksha.
Yes,
Yeah.
So that means when we experience, one is experiencing, that means the process, can see the process more and more. That means the asavakya is there. I wanted to ask about it, answer.
Yeah.
It's related to asavakya, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. Have you asvaksha? Oh, you are. I think you. I thought. No, I think you are in Arahat. Why not happen that? It's okay. No problem. It's okay. I think you are in. You are now. You are still in this world.
Most of the time, RNS can see the process.
What?
See the process. Most of the time, that
can
means
see the process. It's you are thinking. It's not the real one.
Not thinking, can feel.
It's a feel. Yeah. It's a feel. Feel is nothing as feel. It's okay.
Yes,
Realness,
Varanasi, but
nothingness,
not
real.
all the time it happens. But
That's okay.
sometimes
Yeah.
the duration is increasing little by little. The
Okay.
non-existence.
The meaning is other time you know you are there.
Yes, Varanasi. Yes,
It's
yes.
okay. It's okay.
That's true, Varanasi.
Yeah. It's okay.
It happens, right?
Yeah.
That's the way we go, Varanasi. I have to tell the
Yeah.
truth, Varanasi.
Yeah. It's okay. I think our time is over now, no? Kokila, why are you silent? I shy.
I mute my phone, Renas, because I was smiling and so it's not good for the forum, so I just muted. It's so beautiful, Renas. We will discuss it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's okay because our time is now. So it's okay, everybody. Terasana.
Terasana,
Kokila.
Renas.
Terasana Lala. Terasana everybody.
Namaskar, Veva.
Terasana Saranka. Yeah. Terasana.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Yarinahasa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 42, last sentences. Thought never existed, then what is there to form at present?
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aran Hansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he is happy, he smiles. When he is sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So, then we can observe. So, baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So, even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastrava power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your eye is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shastrava Swabhavaya, or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that his father is using it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So, more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes to any of the senses, if it becomes a thing to you or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should plug that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpado sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers, and I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it, and somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpado sermons, slowly but gradually but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise, we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me, so I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I'm thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self-vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, if the world is real to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created, how the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. Because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. it is within you at this moment, a moment-to-moment creation. So if there is an outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. This is always, there is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merges to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world, which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel, or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom. Because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen, no? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of this speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have a child, husband or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, husband or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, if it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep, or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family. Even he forgets the time. Anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning. Just like a child in the Montessori, with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China. So he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpado highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration, then and there. No one is doing this. So nahidan attakatam bimbam, nahidam parakatam agam. Hetum paticca sambhuta, hetubanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomena. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also there alive. Otherwise the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste. But the thought comes as, I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mine, or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent field. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil. But it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle, to feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life, or to keep you alive, or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things, or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people. These things begins to diminish and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away. And you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual. But there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful, to keep them satisfied, they might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation, and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking, or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means Samatha Vipassana Yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But inside meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma, with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought, and that thought also not real. So first, you have to know how these thoughts are created. First, we apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way, with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpado gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by senses, but it's a thoughtful world. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So R.N. Mahansa these days explains a lot about the formless world, where the Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power of defilements. Shasrava, Ashrava, Shinasrava, Anashrava. Anashrava is when the power is becoming zero. So our noble friend Buddothpado R.N. explains that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world, are in one vibration. So what we have to know is that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there is no self to suffer. So as usual, we invite you all to come and listen to Buddothpado's sermons and endure samsaric journey, endure suffering. There are about 12,000 sermons in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours BTV and PeoTV English. Also many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, R.N. Mahansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Therwan Saranai, R.N. Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. May all be blessed with Triple Gem. And I bow down to our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for his noble guidance. And today, just to start with summarizing some of the important explanations shared by the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. The Dhamma that we have been hearing, we have been trying to contemplate within us. We were not able to realize it within us, and we were all scattered in every part of the Dhamma, trying to kind of having this summarized in a way that one can understand how to start the beginning of the Dhamma and the middle of the Dhamma and the end, which is the realizing this the Nibbana. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has explained and summarized this in a way that people like us who has been trying to understand and walk in this path. And when we hear the Buddhist philosophy, it is based on the principle of the cause and effect, and it is all this time we have been thinking that it's all based on the karma. What comes around goes around. That was one of the common phrase that we hear, and we thought the Dhamma is all about the karma. But when you go deep inside into this, the learning, we understand that it is based on the cause and the effect doctrine. This may sound very simple, but for someone to understand this pure Dhamma, we need guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. Kalyana Mitra is the person who has already walked in this path and realized this. Only when we have that guidance, one can clear in whenever we kind of get stuck in understanding this. The Kalyana Mitra will guide us. We have heard that the sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, touch, And so that creation of the sail was it is a very the it is a very in a very it's very remarkable, and that the explanation regarding this subject is also very unique, and it is a very practical journey, and we cannot put this practical aspect of this Dhamma into words or write in a book. Only with the practical experience we can understand and realize this principle. And we all this time we thought that it is through the concentration meditation that when someone leaves everything and goes to a quiet place and sit and try to avoid the thoughts that are coming to your mind, or concentration on how you experience this, then you try to understand how the thought process happens, and then you stop these thoughts coming to your mind, and that is when you can understand this Dhamma. However, unless you clear the knowledge, the path, you will not be able to achieve this. You need to have that insight, that super knowledge, that wisdom to about how that the concept of a self created, and how it will be dissolved, and you need to do this through the practice. And if mind is what is all that you need to understand, that there is also a way to liberate from it. So we have to understand that how we feel like we are existing, and the process of that energy and the current that make us feel that we are alive. When you see that the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment, that you will see that there is no truth that can be found in the rapidly disappearing thought. If the object comes real in the mind, then there is a self or soul. So this is called Ajatta and Bahita. Just to go a little bit further about this subject, the Ajatta and Bahita means that how that everything that when you awake to this moment through our thoughts are called the nama and rupa, name and form. We always associate our thoughts. We always associate with our thoughts. We use thought is everything we do, and in our speech we use our thoughts. Everything that everything you feel like you alive up, it comes to you through a thought. And the stimuli, the aramuna that comes from one of our six senses, which is our six senses are the sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the mind consciousness. When we accept that stimulus or the aramuna as a thing, it is called a thought or sita. But we haven't investigated within ourselves or have that awareness that these thoughts are just like clouds passing by. A thought comes, and unless you have that true knowledge how these thoughts are constructed, how the mind is constructed, you will believe that thought is you and it's real, and you will cling to that thought, and it will take you to many places, many experiences, and you will be deluded by that. We live in a pool of thoughts, and we didn't know how to separate from our mind. And Aryan Mahansa actually explains in many sermons, many discussions, that you have to use your mind to understand the Dhamma, but unless you understand that how to separate yourself from the mind, that you will get lost in these thoughts, and you will think that thought is that something is actually there outside, or something you exist. And just to go a little bit about with an example to understand what a thought is. Let's say that we see a tree in front of us. Then our mind or the citta or thought will have that the tree in front of us, and that is the stimulus that is the tree. the seeing that that consciousness, it comes as a thought that, but if because that tree formed through the name nama, through the name and the form, that as soon as we see that name and the form comes in place and will form a tree. But does it mean that it really exists outside, or it's you seeing it through a thought? And we, for a newborn baby, it's just an outside object for them. It hasn't formed as a tree for the baby, because that hasn't been established with the name and a form. So newborn baby will feel it through their senses, but that outside object will not form in the mind in a way that someone who has already been taught that this is a tree that has formed in a mind. And also, if from a different language, if someone call a tree, but if we don't know that name, it will not form in our mind too. Now, isn't it that an illusion that and is been tricked our mind, that we believe that tree really exists outside? What we think that comes from outside, it's a signal, and it's a thought, that signal, that what we assume that a tree existed. But and to our fault is that without that understanding or the knowledge, the true Dhamma, that we will see that we will believe that the outside world truly exists. And to go to the understanding of the word, the Ajata and Bahita, which is the inside and outside, which means that that you, the fact that you accept and believe in what you see outside, which Ajata means that what you think from here, which is from the inside, from you believe that what you think from here or inside exists outside. So you have created an inside and an outside. You have created that. So you believed there is something inside, and that what you believe from there, you believe that it exists outside. It is you who created that. You created that duality. You have created that two ends. But truly, these two sides don't exist. The fact that we believe there is a tree outside. So we believe that it doesn't mean that there's no tree outside. It is there, but that's how our mind tricks us with this name and form. The concept of the tree was formed due to color and a sound. So, in one point of your life, someone showed an object outside and told you that it is the tree. And these two, the color and the sound together, it formed that mind, that thought. The sound signal and the color signal, they came together and formed a chitta taranga, and that spark, that vibration. So as soon as we hear the sound, we remember the shape, and that the vibration occurred. And when we see the shape, we remember the sound. We remember the name. Have you realized this within you, that everything you experience is through it's in vibration, that the name and the sound and the color combined together form that thought. But that the tree that we saw outside, do you think that everyone experienced that in the same way that an individual, that my experience is, maybe that tree is a tree that in your compound, and you have too much memories on it, and that may be a mango tree that you have eaten the mangoes all your life, and that bond, that the feeling that you have for that tree. Maybe someone who walks in the path and the road and see that tree, it will not give you the same sensations, the same experience that what you experience how you feel when you see that tree. So isn't it that how our mind tricks us in everyday everything what you experience in your life? And the Lord Buddha said that our thoughts create our world. Chittena niyati loke. We see only thoughts. A sound and color comes together and creates a spark, which makes us believe that what is outside is true. The mind consciousness or the manovinyana makes it a thing and accept it as a book or table. This continuous firing of sparks and dying of sparks, which happens continuously, renew thoughts in our mind consciousness. When we see, so when that is the magic, the manovinyana creates this. So when you open your eyes and you see the tree, but when you close your eyes, isn't it that you see the same tree? That is like you experience that through your mind. That comes through a thought. And because of that's actually Salayatana Loko means that because of the six senses, we feel and believe that we are living. We think that all what we see around us exists. That feeling of being alive gives us the illusion of a self. You think that you exist and that you feel also that you exist. We also believe that the tree or the table or the chair that is in front of us is truly exist. That is the feeling of self, our illusion, and that is the magic that our mind, the mind consciousness created. We create, so someone will ask that question, what is the purpose of understanding this? How the outside, what do we have to know that how the outside world is created? The Lord Buddha brought the Dhamma, and the main purpose of understanding this, how the thought, the creation of the mind, what we have to know is because we create thoughts of the raga, dvesha, moha. We cling to this materialistic world through the raga, dvesha and moha. Either we will attached and or we will have the craving, or we will experience everything through dvesha, ill will, anger, or the delusion that everything exists. So that is how that creation of the cycle, the samsara, you will spin in this wheel of samsara. And within our mind consciousness, and these keep igniting, and like sparks at every moment, these sparks will always keep igniting as long as we breathe. All these we will live with that continuous igniting like sparks. There is nothing as ajata or inside or bahita outside. We could also say that there is only one end, which is this end actually does not exist. The tree that we took as an example, it does not exist. It's only a frequency in sound and a frequency in color that comes together to make a thought wave or a chittaya. Nothing else comes to these six senses except for the color to the seeing, sound to the hearing. You see a color, but it's just a seeing. And you hear, it's just a smell. It's just the hearing. A taste to the taste sense, and cold and warm to the touch sense, and thoughts to the mind consciousness. What we feel is the coming together of these sense of perceptions, and that perception of a self exists, or we call it Sakkaya Ditthi, that everything that happens to me, myself, me, I am doing it, that feeling of the being alive. And the Paticca Samuppanna means that the process of coming together of all these senses, it is that the dependence of cause and the condition. Due to this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. And it is something that you really have to investigate within yourself and apply within yourself and understand this. The
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Thank you, Aaron, for your noble guidance. We'll talk about this no self-anger. I mean,
Yesterday, when I was talking with Dharma friends in the discussion time, it occurred to me that there are few areas which can be still not clear to us. So I thought of talking about that. So this perception and consciousness, we usually talk about this chair, right? Chair, chair is completely in the mind. So that's that chair perception is actually also in the mind. But before that, before the chair happens in the baby's system, there's light perception as well. So there is sound perception. There's touch perception. Taste, smell is also in that bodily perceptions. So we need to know the baby feels alive, and there's a perception, self-perception with the light perception, which is very, very, you can't even talk about that because there's no mind here. It's something you should have to understand, because light perception is, light consciousness is something you feel. Light consciousness is something you feel. And when the light consciousness, when we talk about the light consciousness, it is also embedded in the chair. If you're looking at the chair. Even the sound perception is there, but directly if this thought started from looking at it, there is a sound light perception. So but now directly which comes is chair. We can't prevent that. As a human being, if you are a bit older, now directly the chair comes, right? Directly the chair comes. But this is the whole chance of actually piercing this chair. You can actually feel all these levels. What levels? The thought level is the normal level, the thought level, the chair. Perception level, that is actually shape of light. If you are looking at it, it's the shape of light. And what else? And feel. But the thing is, you can't talk about a self until your mind is created.
until mother is created. If you take it as a first thought, until mother is created, you can't talk about a self, right? No, because even though there is a perception, you can't talk about that because it's a very slight thing, like consciousness giving you the life feel and the so it's important to understand even one or two vibrations like the sound and the light or the touch and the temperature or taste and the smell, because we have eight. Humans have eight vibrations. What are they? Four great elements and other four light, light, what is the other one? The sound, the taste, and the smell. That four and the four great elements. These four great elements are actually the body sensation, skin, mainly skin. So these ones are also giving rise to this alive feel, right? Yes. First, the baby doesn't know whether it's a mother or whoever, but there is shape of light. There is shape of light. And this may combine with the sound also. Actually, baby may be fully aware about this, not aware. You can't even say these things. The baby in the utero, that is the baby in the uterus, as a fetus, maybe may have had the sound perception before even being born, because mother keeps talking, you know. So if you can understand this is a bit critical, because when we try to explain things, so how the animals are having the like feel, the self-perception, it's a very minor thing. Still they have, not like the humans, because when the mind is formed, it is completely different power. So even the body perception, sound perception, light perception coming together. I mean, the body perception has the taste and the smell as well. But if you put it there, that's a ditta sutta mutta. That Tinnan Sankatipaso, they are coming together. That forms the actual sixth sense. Then it becomes 6 sensory organs, not 5. And this brings a different level to the humans. This brings a different level to the humans. Because now the mother is there, father is there, brother is there, sister is there, you are there. That's how it is. In the complete thought level, it is massive power. Much more than the power of the animals. But with wisdom, if you can understand the light consciousness is actually that is felt as something as well. Consciousness always is separate feeling. It's felt as separate. So the light is felt as separated. That's here. It's happening here. Light is happening here. As that gives you the self-perception as well. That self is here. That's a very tricky area because the life existence feel is also there when you feel the light consciousness, light perception, the light existence. That is something you feel. It's existing. And then, of course, the self is existing as well. So this light consciousness, something that you should see it with wisdom. You can't directly see that. because it is actually in the chair. You're looking at a chair. Through the light consciousness only you get the mental consciousness, right? Yes. Chair is felt separated when there is mental consciousness. Any consciousness, the separate feeling is there. But just because you have fully understood mental consciousness, the mental perception, doesn't necessarily mean that because to fully understand that, then you have to understand the level below as well, because you are actually looking at it. Light consciousness. If something you feel, well, if you are just imagine in the morning you go to the garden, when the branches are moving one side, we understand there is wind. So wind is a perception. It has been separated. If it has been separated, it's mental consciousness, the alive feel, which gives you the actual wind is there. Every consciousness has this problem. That's what we are trying to understand. Unless it's arahant's consciousness, where it is not falling any side. Normal consciousness in a normal person without knowing and knowing or fully understanding Dhamma, consciousness means it is being separated already. What do you think? The separation fear is consciousness. Consciousness all the time. If it is not anidassana consciousness, that is not falling anywhere, that is the arahant's consciousness. Until such time, you may have felt it once or twice, until it becomes fully normal. But what I'm trying to say is, if you have felt the Buddha status at least once, you know what anidassana vijnana is. That is a consciousness which is not having that power of the self-vibration. So the mental consciousness is something, the light consciousness is something. So the mental consciousness, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, so when you put pineapple into your tongue, comes directly as pineapple. That is the mental consciousness and the mental perception. If it is felt separately, if it is, you are there. Basically, you are there. In the thought level as well. But what about the tongue consciousness? Tongue consciousness actually doesn't have any name in there. Nothing. It's a feel. It doesn't have, this is very difficult to say now. It doesn't have even the sweet or salt name of it. So even if the mind consciousness doesn't come, just imagine that mind consciousness is fully not there. The perception is also not there. It's a fear. Where there is no explanation that it is a sour or the because sour word itself is from the mind. But there is a fear, right? Do you get this? Yeah, that is not a production of self. That is actually speed of the sensory function. Different receptors. But the tongue also has different areas. If you take an ice cream, just imagine you are looking at ice cream, right? No, you go to McDonald's or KFC, they also sell ice cream now. So you go there to eat something, to bring something to get some food for kids or something. Then you see the ice cream. Seeing that is enough. Everything comes with the thought of the ice cream. Whatever the picture you have, whatever the taste you have, whatever the feel you have, in the sense emotions around that too. Oh wow, this one is chocolate or this one is vanilla. You're looking at it, you are not even tasting it, nothing. You're looking. Tasting is a different phenomenon. The tasting is from the tongue. But this is looking at it. So looking at it, same craving can be there just looking at it. Because you get the idea that it's ice cream. That's a human adult who has developed the mental consciousness. Before that, if you went with like 1 or 2 months baby, 1 or 2 months baby will also see something in the sense, the shape of light. Does that mean anything? But before everything, it was light consciousness only, and the light and the shape of the light. Now what happens is it's ice cream. If you pierce this only, you can see with wisdom that at the end, like if the ice cream is not a thing outside, if the mental consciousness is not you fully realize it's a perception only in the mind, and the mind perception is not becoming a thing, directly you've come to the field side, right? So when we talk about the ice cream, if you just imagine someone touched that to your skin, and what do you feel? Apart from the mental consciousness and mental perception that it's ice cream, what do you actually feel? Coldness, isn't it? What's that? That's the fast vibration of the sensory organ. I think this basics is a problematic area where some people have issues with that. Basics. So this light consciousness and the mental consciousness together is the tree or the chair you're looking at. Well, how do you feel about this mental consciousness and the sound consciousness? If the mental part is not there, it's a direct sound consciousness you have. That is a feel. That's the fast vibration of the ear. So this duality in the mind consciousness is also something you feel actually. What do you think? Don't you feel like the TV is in front of you and I'm sitting here? Isn't it a feel? That's a feel as well. I mean, kind of, if you take it in that way. You feel that the TV is in front of you. You know, when I was talking yesterday, I was telling the fan is above you. Is the fan above you? And there was no direct answer. Some said yes, some didn't answer. So is the TV in front of you or is the fan above you? Theoretically, yes, isn't it? If I'm sitting in front of the TV, TV is in front of me. Fan is above me. What is it? Isn't it a mental projection that fan is above me and the TV is in front of you? If you don't understand that it's a perception only, it's a bit tricky, you know, like you need to get this properly. I'm sitting in front of TV is actually a perception, mental perception. It's a mental projection. The fan is above me. Floor is beneath me. That's a mental perception, projection. Actual touch consciousness has none of these problems. Even though you say floor is beneath me, that is a projection of mental, it's a mind. mind projection. So if you don't do your research properly, you will just think about the mind perception only. There's a layer beyond that. So is the fan above you? That's a mental projection, the mental perception. The above is a mental fan is a mental projection. You is also a mental projection. But if you really feel the fan is above you, you are there. I'm talking about a normal person who has never heard Dhamma, okay? Then you look at the fan, you feel like, yeah, the fan is above me. That's okay. I mean, someone can come to an argument. Yes, it's above me. It's okay, yeah. But that is a projection that we have, mental projection we have. But there's nothing called fan, nothing called above, nothing called you. It's a projection we have. This is very deep Dhamma. And TV is in front of me is a mental projection. It's a mental consciousness and mental perception. If you fully realize that the mental perception, mental consciousness, that's the actual feel that you feel like something is in front of you. That's the mental consciousness. The separation is already there. But then if you fully realize it's a perception in the mind, the perception is actually the fan above you. You can even dream about it, fan above you. Just imagine you slept somewhere where you don't have the fan above you. Still you can dream about fan above you. And even TV in front of you, if you think about it. These perceptions are actually not true. Perceptions are not true. The mental picture that we have, something is above me, is a mental picture. God, this is getting complicated, isn't it? It's a mental picture. Self is also a mental picture. Now, fan is above me. Fan is a mental picture. Above is a mental picture. Me is above. Me is a mental picture. Floor is below me. It's a mental picture. Floor is a mental picture. Below is a mental picture. Me is a mental picture again. TV is in front of me. TV is a mental picture. In front of is a mental picture. Me is again mental picture. If this mental consciousness is felt as something, vinyana, then definitely you are there. If the TV is there, you are there. If you feel like it's actually existing. But when it comes to the perception level, it's not a thing. Consciousness, mental consciousness is not a thing. So you know that there are kind of perceptions in the mind. Mind is acting as another sensory organ, right? So the TV is a mental perception. In front of his mental perception, me is a mental perception. Can you even Get this? So beyond that, if you're actually looking at the TV, what else is happening? There's light consciousness as well. If there's no light, how can you see the TV? Whether it is in front or on whether you are standing on it. Just imagine you are standing on the TV. That's a good one. I might produce that so that you have a mental picture of you standing on the TV. You usually don't get that mental picture, do you? Yeah, if you give that to a baby might actually put the TV down, jump on the TV and break the TV. You just have to give the mental picture. But the mental picture we have is TV is in one corner, you are looking at it. That's the mental picture we have. It's a mental picture. Now, this has to fully realize. Yesterday, when the discussion is there, I'm like, are you all doing the research properly? Is the fan above you? Is the actual fan above you? Or is the TV in front of you? Is the floor beneath you? These are perceptions. These are, if this is felt as real, it's a mental consciousness. Manovinyana is the biggest drama, biggest Maya. What is Maya? The biggest, I don't remember, it's like a whole stream. You can't say it is not there also, but it's created. It's created mentally. You need to get this properly. It's created mentally. So if you fully exit the perception level, what is there? It's something, it's light, isn't it? You're looking at it. If it is the feet, it's the touch. Touch consciousness is with the power. If you really get the Dhamma properly there, then you will feel the non-vibration. The touch perception without the power. I think we should talk with Taran Hanse about that in Sinhala so that everyone gets a proper picture. Everyone is fully aware about the mental consciousness and the mental perception, but they can't fully get that there is another level, another 5 organs there. So when you are looking at something, if there is no light, you can't see. In the sense, if the eye is not functioning. But the mind can actually work as a different organ as well. You don't just need the mind light perception to see the fan above you. You can see it even in a dream. You have the mental perception. But when you say naked eye, I saw the moon with naked eye. Artemis. People said, for people who went in Artemis 2, said we saw the moon with naked eye very close, right? So this naked eye explanation, when you say I saw something with naked eye, moon is a perception, mental perception. I see the moon is a mental perception. I see the moon with naked eye is a mental perception, right? But apart from that, we know that mental perceptions are not true. Don't you feel that something is there? That is the light perception, light consciousness. If it is felt separately, that is the power. If you come to the mental light perception level, that is the actual anidasan. If you really ever felt that, you know that even the light is not true. It's actually a good idea if we can talk with Tara and Hansi about this, because I can feel that a lot of our Dhamma friends are only talking about the mental part only. But when I asked, is the fan above me? Some said even yes. I think they may have just said it, but is the fan actually above me? It's a very good question. Well, you can say yes. It's above me. I'm looking up now. Okay, you're now looking up. What do you see? Is there a fan above you? This is very mind-blowing, isn't it? Yes. Blow the mind away. Is the fan actually, what is it? Is it a fan? You might say, yeah, it's something though. Well, you might say, finally, yes, but I know it's not the fan, but there's something about me. What's that? That's actually the light consciousness. If you feel in something. In the feel side though, this consciousness, the mental consciousness separates everything, right? That's the fan, this is me. That's the mental consciousness. Mental perception, fan is above me is a mental perception now. You don't have to even look at it. You know the fan is above you. That's a very tricky area. You have to understand this properly. This mind works as a different organ also now. So now you have the mental picture. Yes, fan is above me. It's a complete mental picture now. Mental perception now. Yes, this fan is above me. You're not even looking at it. That's the mind. You know, your son is in Australia. That's a perception. If you really feel it, you are in the mental consciousness. You are there. Son is there. That's all right. Right? But if you know it's a perception, even that level, the perception can be very true, right? My son is in Australia is a perception. My son is in Australia. My daughter is in UK. Something like that. I'm just making up stories. So my son is in Australia. My daughter is in UK. I'm in Sri Lanka. Think about it. Wow. These are mental projections, right? Are they actually true? You're like scratching your head. Is the fan above me? You were scratching your head at the same time, and now you are scratching your head. Well, isn't my daughter in UK? Isn't my son in Australia? Am I not in Sri Lanka? Well, it's up to you to feel this now. It's up to you to feel this now. Is your son in Australia and daughter in UK and I'm in Sri Lanka? What are they? If it is actually felt as true, that is mental consciousness. Consciousness is anyway felt as a thing. But if you fully realize that it's a mental consciousness, it's felt as something, but then it becomes a perception level. Perception is not a thing. Perception is not a thing, it's a bit difficult. You have to understand it fully, that it is formed. How is daughter formed? How is UK formed? How is son formed? How is Australia formed? What are they? They are productions of the 5 sensory organs. It's a vibration. Daughter is a vibration. UK is a vibration. Sun is a vibration. Now, if you're thinking about this, you're not using any of the other sensory organs. Using the naked eye and seeing something is different, but your thinking is different. Now, this you have to fully understand. If you are trying to pierce the thinking side of it, it's easy, actually. I mean, not easy, but you just sat there, your eyes closed, you're thinking about your son in Australia and daughter in UK and I'm in Sri Lanka. These are thoughts which felt as real. Then you are there anyway. The thought is real, then you are there. But if it comes to the perception level, if you come to the perception level, is the perception level true? No. How can you understand that? Mental perception is not true. How can you understand that? Why? It's a production of the 5 sensory organs. So if you're thinking about your son, it's a perception only. And what's the vibration? That's a fast vibration. That's the speed of the mind. If you're feeling something, it is the speed. Then you need to get this properly. But if you're not thinking, if you're looking at something, that's completely different. Seeing something with naked eye, that word actually came from this Artemis 2, actually. I didn't use that word before. Artemis 2, people who went to the space, they were talking about that, how beautiful it is to see the moon so close with the naked eye. And when I read that, actually, I was like, wow, that's this mirage thing, isn't it? So when you are looking at something that is completely different to thinking, thoughts can happen, and thoughts is the speed of the sensory organ, speed of mind. If you're thinking about that, that is, if you're feeling something, that is speed of mind. So the mind works separately as well. So you can think about now. You sit down, you close your eyes. You're not even thinking about the sound. So you are deeply in thought. Just imagine you are deeply in thought. Then that is the mind consciousness, mind perception, and mind vibration, right? Yes. These are the 3 levels that we have to understand. That's actually not there. But the beauty of these humans, not beauty actually, the confusion in these humans is all the time, even when you are saying with the naked eye, the mind perception comes. You directly say, oh, that's the moon. That's the moon. It's not only like consciousness. Now it has gone beyond that to the mind perception and mind consciousness. You're using the eye to look at something. It has these two things, mind, light consciousness and the mind consciousness. But if you're just thinking about something, then it is the mind consciousness. Mind works as an organ separately as well. So mind working as a separate organ also you have to fully realize, right? Yes. Oh my God, this is I don't know, Aranasi has talked about these things for 5 years. It occurs to me that some parts of Dhamma is missing in some systems. It's missing. What do you think? Very tricky area. I'm trying to give you about the idea about 6 sensory organs. We have 6 organs in the sense, not we. We itself mean that the feel that 6 sensory organs are existing is the feel of we. But in the broader terms, 6 sensory organs are there, right? It's felt as existent. But even before understanding fully Dhamma, you have to fully realize how these 6 sensory organs work. Because once you're an adult, it's not just light consciousness. It is a light consciousness, a mind consciousness on top of light consciousness. If you're seeing something with your naked eye, if you're actually touching something with your naked touch, can we say that? I don't know. Then it is a touch consciousness as well as mind consciousness. If you're hearing something, it's your sound consciousness as well as mind consciousness. But sometimes it's mind consciousness works separately, alone. Do you know the speed of the mind? That's how quick you can think. The speed of light is much faster according to science. Yeah, I think we will stop this sermon today, and it's a big area that one has to understand how this 6 sensory organs work. For an adult, if there is a sound, it's sound consciousness plus mental consciousness, if it is felt separately. But thinking is only mental consciousness only, mental vibration, mental perception, mental consciousness. But when you are seeing something with naked eye, it is light consciousness as well as mental consciousness. We'll talk about it tomorrow as well. There's so many areas, gray areas that is coming up in discussions. So thank you, Aaron Hansa. Thank you, everyone. We'll try to sort this out slowly. May Triple Gem bless you all.
මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, pardon me, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, if you sit down and consciously make an effort to do the samatha meditation, then doesn't one form a concept of a self-identity there? ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, yes. When you think, that means you use thoughts. The thought forms a concept of self. Any thought means it is you. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, Honorable Sir, I feel that in samatha or in concentration meditation, it is easier to see the thought that comes to our mind than seeing a thought while we do our daily work. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, no, there is no difference between the day-to-day living and meditation. When you go on living your normal life with the awareness about the pure truth, you automatically become one with the truth. You realize the pure truth. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, Honorable Sir. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, when Ananda Thero became an Arahat, a fully awakened one, he was not in any of the 4 postures that the samatha meditators are instructed to use. Don't you have only 4 bodily positions in which to do the concentration meditation? On the day Ananda Thero realized Nibbana, he had just finished his walking meditation and he was just about to keep his head on the pillow to sleep when he became enlightened. Ananda Thero attained the state of Arahat, a fully awakened one. That posture in which he achieved enlightenment was not any of the 4 postures given for a meditator. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, then how did Ananda Thero realize nirvana? There is no particular posture for the vidarshana meditation. When you experience anything like seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thoughts from your mind, you have to be mindful that it is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside you see and the inside you feel is an illusion, and that even the thought is a lie. This is seeing the pure truth in everything we experience. The method to eradicate ignorance and to break the cycle of rebirth. Another reason why we cannot assign a posture of the body for the meditation is because is there a mind? If you think that you can release yourself from the mind, where is the mind? If the mind does not exist anywhere, is there a position in which we can find the mind? No, we cannot assign a position. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, I understand, Aryan Mahansa. Another question I have is that when I receive a thought in my mind, I would like to be aware that it is a thought that came from the past. That this thought did not come at this present moment, but from the past. I find it difficult to maintain that awareness at all times. Aryan Mahansa, but why do you want to do that? If you think that you have had a past, that you existed in the past, that will only strengthen your concept of self, your concept of me. That is called drushtiya. It is a false view that you existed now and that you existed in the past. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, true honorable sir. Aryan Mahansa, the truth is that there is nothing as a past. At the beginning of the teaching of the Dhamma, we speak about things made up of the 4 elements. But as the teaching progresses,
Towards the end of the teaching, we use sutras to explain to you how these states of four elements don't exist. Words too are all alive. Even though we talk about the past, there is no such thing. Even now we can use words, but you have to have a deep and clear understanding about the Dhamma when you speak. From what I gather, you believe that the parts exist. Therවන් Sarnai everybody.
Therwan Saranai Aryan answer. We pay homage to Aryan answer. And Therwan Saranai, all the Dhamma friend, all our Dhamma friends. So today also we are discussing about meditation. So basically the main nuance of the non
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. First of all, let's all worship uh, our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet for providing us with this opportunity, and most importantly for all his efforts to reawaken the distorted true Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana. Lord Buddha, about 2600 years ago, with all having completed perfections for incalculable number of eons, revealed this beautiful Dhamma of dependent origination to the mankind. That is to end the sufferings. That is actually about the Four Noble Truths. And when once a monk questioned Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, Kincha Nama Dhamma Vadeti, where does this Dhamma originate from? Buddharajanan Wahanse replied, Paticca Samuppada Dhammesu Dhammam. That is, the Dhamma refers to understanding how the mind is created. At present, we cannot say that true message of Sunyata Patisangyukta, or emptiness with dependent origination, is available, is common. That is why Buddothpado's sermons are very important for us. That is why we actually, whoever listens to a sermon of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse goes on listening to these sermons continuously, because this is the true message of Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse. Lord Buddha didn't encourage people to involve in meritorious deeds, making the external world real. That pure truth was nissato nistivo shunyo, that there is no self, no sentient being in the so-called body or the mind, and the external world, which is merely a reflection or the projection of sense faculties, is not real. So, since this true message disappeared from the world over the time, Buddhists continued to involve in various activities, making the external world real. That is actually a sort of superficial teaching of Dhamma, just to encourage people to involve in meritorious deeds with the intention of securing the next birth in a better realm. It is not the cause and effect based Dhamma disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. So let's try to understand the proper definition of this Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So the basis of this Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist doctrine is dependent origination or paticca samuppada. Actually, it becomes sampaticca due to the initial spark of contact between the sense object and consciousness. So it is known as mental formations or sankhara. The ignorance is not knowing the truth. Because of sankhara, the illusion of consciousness is created. The illusion of consciousness is the form that we always talk about, rupa. To experience these names and forms, the sensory faculties are formed. That is referred as salayatana or six sense faculties. Making the thoughts arising due to sense contact real, we begin to crave and cling to them. So that is why we repeatedly say one should be skillful enough to see the truth of the stimulus. Otherwise, the moment the stimulus becomes real, craving and clinging are inevitable. And as a result, bhava, becoming, jati, birth, jara, decaying, marana, death, soka, grief, parideva, lamentation, all occur. This is the phenomenon one should understand, because otherwise we cannot at least think about liberating from this terrifying cycle of life and death. What we should do is to understand and realize how this illusory consciousness forms or is created. So if one sees this, he definitely liberates from the consciousness. Like a person who knows how the magic is performed will not be deceived by those illusions. When one sees how the consciousness is formed due to certain conditions, he will not be further deceived by it. He sees the truth of the stimulus and also that there is nothing in it. When one sees the truth of the stimulus, there won't be any craving, any clinging, any value, any kind of augmented power. So that is the emptiness that we talk about. The formations will be there. Sensory faculties will function. They will continue to function as it is beautifully explained in this dependent origination concept. But emptiness with everything around, this emptiness is non-attachment, having no any value towards the projections of the consciousness. But the wrong viewers, when somebody is unable to see this truth, actually the ones in the mundane plane who have never heard this true Dhamma, suffer in the ground of ignorance. They believe that external world to be real. But do we truly see something out there? Just think for a while. Do we see things out there, or do we see what we think? This is the knot that we have to untangle. If we believe something has value, then it appears to have value. But the truth is, there is nothing outside. They are mere thoughts. And these thoughts, what are these thoughts? They are also projections of the mind. All of these arise within consciousness. Actually, to seek something externally is to search in vain, for the external world is not real. If we realize that every thought that arises is merely a vibration in that moment, then there are no children, no mothers, no fathers, then no houses, no sun, moon, gold, silver, all those entities that we have attributed lot of value will disappear. These are just appearances. So one will come to the realization all those entities that they have attributed so much value are mere mental constructs. Actually, it's worth investigating into, find out whether there is anything in the combination of sound, color, smell, taste or touch, because we know these thoughts or stimuli are projections of sensory inputs. So we talk about these every day in every sermon. Ditta Sutamuta, seeing, heard and felt. All these sensory inputs merge or converge to come up as a thought. So they are just impressions, empty of inherent substance. We must make sincere effort to realize this truth. So for that, Natti me saranang anyang dhammo me saranang vara. We have no other refuge. The Dhamma is our supreme refuge. This is the only way to understand this illusion. It should be understood through wisdom. Actually, seeing the Dhamma is seeing the absence of any inherent self or substance. As I mentioned before, all the worldly entities perceived arise due to sambhuta or arising phenomena. They are not solid entities or people as we used to believe. They arise due to causes and conditions. They are not permanent entities. These causes include all the sensory inputs, as I mentioned before as well, the color, sound, smell, taste and touch. So, to repeat what I said, Ditta Sutta Mutta, seeing, heard, sensed. As Lord Buddha taught, Imasmin sati idam hoti, imasmin asati idam na hoti. When this is, that comes to be. When it is not, that does not come to be. So this line beautifully explains the cause and effect nature of this Dhamma. When certain conditions and causes are present, the outcome or the effect will be there. Imasmin sati idam hoti, imasmin asati idam na hoti. When this is, that comes to be. When it is not, that does not come to be. So to simplify, in the presence of certain conditions, thoughts arise. In their absence, they cease. There is no independent reality. That's why we can never accept that the projections of the sense faculties are real entities. The thoughts are merely the results of combinations of sound vibrations and color vibrations. Sound vibrations and color vibrations, I want to say it clearly, although these two are the predominant sensory inputs in the thought, there is representation of smelling, tasting and body sensation too, because Ditta Sutta Mutta. But since the ear and the eye are the most prominent sense faculties, they are the most prominent sensory inputs, we call sound and
color, or name and form. So when we investigate, these thoughts cannot be found anywhere. They are just concepts. They are abstract constructs, mental constructs. So they have no location, no substance. We cannot assign a location for mind even, because mind is just thoughts, a chain of thoughts. If there is nothing within the vibrations, then there is nothing outside either. The entire experience is empty, conditioned and impermanent. So next let's take another phrase. Sankara Pachaya Vijnana. Sankara, mental formation. Vijnana, consciousness. What it means is Pachya, Sankara Pachaya Vijnana, due to mental formations, consciousness arises. It means that what we take as consciousness is not something stable or independent. It is so interdependent, not independent. Depends on Sankara. It arises due to conditioned mental activity. The feeling of a thing is an illusion created by the rapid and continuous occurrence of vibrations. These vibrations of sound, color, sensation arises and passes away. These vibrations, altogether arise and pass away so rapidly. The mind deludedly constructs a solid and lasting object from them. The outcome is the feeling of experiencing a three-dimensional entity. So that is the ignorance, that is the inability to see the truth of the thought, or the thought creation, or the mind creation, or the stimulus, or the phenomena. There may be a lot of words to explain this arising and ceasing of stimuli, but it is just an abstract concept that that actually results in the impression of a three-dimensional entity. This consciousness is an illusion. To make something real out of that flow is the essence of delusion, that is moha. It is due to delusion that we believe these projections as existing entities or certain objects or people. Everything we experience is a conceptual overlay on impermanent, insubstantial processes. So Buddhacharya Vahanse's teachings cuts through this illusion. Lord Buddha pointed to the way out of deluded cycle through avidya ashesha viraga, or with the complete fading away and cessation of ignorance. When ignorance ceases completely, the whole chain of dependent origination collapses. because avidya pachya sankara, sankara pachya vijnana. See, so when this ignorance ceases completely, the whole chain of dependent origination collapses. This is the path to Nibbana, the unconditioned, the end of illusion. And when one eradicates conceit, restlessness, and ignorance, one attains Nibbana. Mana uttacha avidya. So next Dhamma concept is skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho. Skandha, the aggregates, refer to forms such as colors and sounds that arise due to speed and sense content. Ayatanam patilabha refers to the arising of concepts such as tables, chairs, mother, father, tree, flower, which result from the combination of form and sound. So when one perceives colors and sounds, what is constructed in the mind are objects and thoughts. That is the magic, that is the illusion. It's just a sound vibration and a color vibration coming together to form a thought. But what we see or what we experience are houses, sun, moon, tree, mother, father, son, so on and so forth. This mental construct is referred to as jati or birth. So where does this birth arise? That is where Lord Buddha's very words comes into play. Monks, the birth is the birth of the I. It arises from the arising of perception and mental fabrication based on sense contact. So Lord Buddha didn't accept the birth of the child in the mundane world as the birth. According to true Dhamma, according to Buddhist philosophy, the real birth is the birth of the sense faculties. For example, now if we take a table, it is just now according to this dependent origination Dhamma, it is just a mental construct. But we find a thick, solid piece of furniture. But if we analyze it, is the table the sound, the color, or the hardness, the smell, or the taste? So a deaf person does not perceive the sound of word table. A blind person does not perceive its shape or color. The image formed in your eye may not be the same as the image formed in another person's eye. Because each individual perceives the world differently. Because a cow perceives the world primarily in red, A dog perceives the world in grey. A bee sees ultraviolet patterns we cannot see. Similarly, the sound your ear perceives may not be the same sound another person perceives. We have examples. Now, among us, there are colorblind people. So, if we see something existing out there, we should perceive it in the same way. But the world we experience is just the capacity of the sense faculties. We do not have the ability to see exactly the way the other person sees, or to find out at least whether we see differently or similarly. So, according to this true Buddhist philosophy, we never truly experience external entities. Only the thoughts and perceptions formed through sensory inputs. These sense faculties arise based on 5 aggregates. That is, actually 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. They arise at once, although we name them as 5 aggregates, and there are 5 aspects, but they happen, they become Sambhut actually in Lord Buddha's words. They arise with such speed and at once. We can't separate them. So it is the root of all experience. What we call the self is merely a formation based on these aggregates. Because self is definitely the other side of the external entity. If we accept something as a table, the self definitely arises. Self is inevitable. If we accept someone as the mother, father, son, daughter, whoever, self is inevitable. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. So the aggregates themselves arise due to conditions. Conditions especially due to speed. The rapid vibration movements in the sense faculties. Due to this speed of vibrations at the sense doors or gateways, feeling arises. Feeling gives rise to perception. When perception arises repeatedly, it is not just a single vibration, it's a flow of vibrations. When the perception arises repeatedly, it forms into mental formations. The sense of a thing or an object is what we call consciousness. Perception itself is just a thought. It's a dream-like thought. It's a vague kind of image. And just like in a dream, there are no actual colors or sounds. Do you get this? Just like in a dream, there are no colors or sounds, actual colors or sounds. Now, our Aryan Vahase very often says there is no light in the light perception. There is no sound in the sound perception. There is no colors in the color perception. Now we all have seen dreams during the sleep. So how much do we get frightened seeing certain things, hearing certain sounds? So aren't they so real for us at that moment? So we see the colors, we hear the sounds, we feel the body sensations, we taste things. So aren't they just fake things? Do we find anything as objects or in three-dimensional nature? So that is the nature of perceptions. Perception, that is enough to understand the concept of perception, the nothingness of the perception, emptiness of the perception. They only appear to exist, that is illusory only. There is no inherent color, shape or sound, only the illusion of them. So Aryan Vahase explains this, the nature of perceptions, with a beautiful example. I mean, timely example. Now imagine someone sells their house and furniture. So they convert that, everything into money by selling everything. So that act of converting into money is like a perception. It's a transformation. The original forms are gone now. The house, furniture, all gone. But what happens is, we have a belief that with this money we can buy televisions, tables, chairs, things that only exist through perception. It's kind of imaginary dream-like thing. So similarly, what we do is we operate through perceptions and thoughts, not through direct contact with external entities. So when something is perceived as a thing, it is given value, it becomes important. This is where the three grounds actually also comes into play. The three realms. Sensual, form and the formless. So sensual is, we have attribute lot of value to the perception. We consider it as a real entity. They exist. So the form realm is the raw sensation of image is there in the form realm. Although the three-dimensional nature is not there, that dream is there. But and in the some certain value, amount of value is attributed to that stimulus. In the non-form or formless realm, one liberates from that shape or the form, but still the subtle knowing that something is there is experienced. So actually in this true Buddhist philosophy, all these concepts like three realms, dependent origination, four noble truths, all concepts are beautifully explained through a single stimulus. So to see these aspects, what we should do is to maintain mindfulness and or wise attention, yoniso manasikara, the ability to apply this Dhamma in the proper context, means when the stimulus arises. Yatha bhuta jnana, that is the wisdom of the truth in the sense how these phenomena arise due to the speedy occurrence of vibrations. Should know this story, how the sensory faculties perceive them, and how the mind consciousness converge all sensory inputs and creates this fake notion of existence of entities. That existence, because if we perceive mango trees, tables, chairs, then you are caught in the illusion. You have a strong self-view. The moment you see a mango tree as a real entity, the strong self-view is there. Because these are just thoughts, they are not objects, not ultimate realities. Similarly, the self is also nothing more than a mental fabrication. So for the mundane person, the external world appears to be real, solid, independent, and existing out there. The perception arises according to the law of the mind. That is, actually, the thought creation is a natural process. It's a natural phenomenon. The natural mental process of interpreting sensory data and constructing reality. So that is going with the current. That is, if we believe in all these projections of the sense faculties, that is actually we live ignorantly, because we believe in an existing self, in an existing world that is purely out of ignorance. So that was called, actually in Buddhist philosophy, that was identified as anujota, or going with the current. But true Buddhist philosophy, or Gautama Buddhacharyan Vahanse recommended someone in the path to go against the current. That is to see the nothingness, see the truth of the stimulus or the thought. Truth here means the nothingness, that they do not exist, because all these formations are mere vibrations. They are made up of 8 pure elements, or Shuddha Ashtaka, the tiniest particle according to Lord Buddha's wisdom. So he revealed they are non-existent. They just arise and perish in every 17 chittakshanas, which is a fraction of a millisecond. So that is the truth. So the phenomenon of vibration do not cease entirely, since it is a natural condition. But what diminishes is its power to charge the mind to create attachment, aversion, and identification. In other words, the vibrations no longer leads to mental fabrications or clinging. So actually, what happens when one fully realizes the true Dhamma? Do we not see the trees? Do we not see the houses, sun, moon, all so-called formations of the sense faculties? No, they will remain the same. The phenomenon of vibration will continue to be there because it's nature. But what happens is the power to charge the mind or chittaropana balaya will diminish, because when these vibrations of opposing charges, or rather waves of opposing charges, interact, automatically some power is generated. This power actually is the manifest form of this power is the self. It is the big mistake due to ignorance that happens. So this power that is generated as a natural phenomenon is taken as the self, because it happens due to the taints also, that vibration that telepathizes into the zygote. However, when somebody realizes the truth, that power naturally diminishes, because that example I gave at the beginning, when someone knows how the magic is created by the magician, that excitation or excitement will not be there when the person sees a pigeon coming out of the magician's sleeve. Similarly, this power diminishes. So that is the diminishing of the self-perception or self-view. So one sees the world as a process, not as things or self. Everything is seen as a process. Process means we cannot see how the phenomena rise and cease. Human eye can never capture it, but through wisdom we see that everything is a process. We can only talk about the present moment, which also fully ceases the more before we think of it even. It is so fast. Each moment is just 17 chittakshanas, split seconds. So for example, now consider a book. We may see the book on TV or in a mirror, in a drawing, or as a physical object. Just imagine, this is another beautiful example given by Buddothpado Aryanvasi. Now same, we'll for now take this book as some entity. It's a shape only, bunch of colors only. So you see it on TV, you see it in the mirror, you see the drawing of a book, and you see the physical object, so-called physical object. But when seeing it as a real object, the feeling is different. You just try it, you feel a big difference. In all these cases, the eye perceives only shape and color. So what we see is not the same as what we feel. The feeling of thingness arises internally due to perceptual fabrication. Sanya Abhisankaranya, because the previous perceptions become current perceptions. Does a small child feel the value of a gold necklace? If they lose an earring, they don't care. The feeling of value is merely a mental formation. Actually, this value gives rise to the illusion of a thing. So these little things you can see through yourself. I remember once a certain realization arose because actually I was not basically contemplating actively, but it just occurred to me. There were two cream jars in front of the mirror, that is on the dressing table, and I was just lying on the bed, and I saw the mirror images of the two cream jars. I knew one was empty, one was full, but there were two images also. But the beauty of this is now the image of the cream jar, the new one, the image of the empty cream jar, both were just images for me. But the empty cream jar in front of the mirror and the full cream jar in front of the mirror, both were real to me. Even that empty one, because that thingness, that because we have touched it before, that it was just the hardness of the jar or the softness, or then the smell, then the no one would taste that, but smell, everything was there, and everything contributed to make it appear as a real thing. Otherwise, it's just the same bunch of colors that occurred in the eye. But the reflections were not valuable, not important for me, and even the empty cream jar was a real thing for me. So you can experience it through yourself. So you have to contemplate when you come across such instances, when you listen to true Dhamma, when you practice it, when you these Dhamma concepts can be seen when you do, involve in your day-to-day activities also. So then and there, see through them and try to just inquire into them. just contemplate. That's very important. So it is the same concept now. Book as a physical object, because those two, both cream jars were physical objects. They had some value, but the image in the mirror did not have that value. So that is purely due to ignorance. Otherwise, everything is the same. All images, I mean, now I say the images in the mirror and the ones on the table, whatever, all are just bunches of colors, nothing more than shapes. So that is the truth. It is really difficult to convince, but it needs lot of contemplation and lot of listening should happen. Listening to many sermons to understand this, how the sense faculties create this illusion, how the consciousness creates this illusion. So actually we try to understand what true Dhamma means. It is nothing but dependent origination. So everything happens due to conditions and causes. So it is cause and effect Dhamma. So we have come to the end of today's Dhamma talk, and let's meet tomorrow at the same time. So I once again may I pay homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for all his selfless service. He does everything out of immense kindness to relieve the sufferings of entire mankind. May the noble triple gem bless all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai, and see you tomorrow.
War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts spare the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Their laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight. Childhood stolen in the dark of night. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Will heal the world. Will heal the Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. War's cruel grasp snatches childhood dreams. Innocent hearts spare the darkest schemes. Tears fall like rain in a world gone cold. Their laughter silenced, young stories unfold. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds, ease their pains. In their eyes, the future's cry. Buddothpado will heal the world. Schools turn to rubble, homes lost in fire. Fear grips their hearts, dreams expire. Refugee paths, a desperate plight. Childhood stolen in the dark of night. Rise up, let love break the chains. Heal the wounds.
loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken, and nothing was the same.
Tervan Saranai, everyone. Tervan Saranai, Aryan Mahansan. In this early morning, you are listening to the Buddothpado Dhamma sermons on Buddothpado PeoTV. You can listen those Dhamma sermons 24 hours a day. Yes, we always talk about Dhamma, and our noble friend Aryan Hansi also makes great effort to spread this great and blissful message to this world. All Dhamma friends and with our noble friend, we always talk about Dhamma, but actually there is nothing there except exploring your six senses. Nothing there except exploring your mind. Your mind means your six senses. What you need to do is look deeply, layer by layer, through Vidarshana meditation. If you look carefully, your eye contacts colors, the ear contact. Look at these six sense bases carefully. You can clearly see how your five senses work and what each of them experiences. But look very carefully at the mind. What does it experience? All these five senses finally become a single vibration within the mind. A mind object means that the experiences of these five faculties arise together as one mental vibration. Now, you must carefully observe how this mind is being formed. Now, look at what is right in front of you. If you are sitting on a chair, doesn't that chair disappear? That chair appear to be something real to you. But if you examine how you actually experience that chair when you're sitting, you will see that it is formed through the five sense spaces actually after realizing the Dhamma. Without realizing the Dhamma, you won't experience like that way. What you recognize as a chair is only a vibration created by the mind. It is a mind object, a single mental vibration arising from the five faculties. The hardness of the chair is known through the skin. The color appears through the eye. The sound of the word chair arises through the ear. But the vibration that arises from these five sense bases is not directly known to us. Because all of these separate experiences comes together and form a single mind object, like a rope, entangling together those five vibrant senses. All of these separate experiences comes together and form a single mind object that Mind object is what we take to be something real. But what we experience as a real is only the mind object. But we don't realize if we don't know the truth. After you hearing the true Dhamma, then you will realize that experience something as real is only the mind object. If you untangle that mind object and look into it carefully, you will see that nothing in is truly real to you. Once the mind object is broken apart, there is no solid thing left that can appear as a real. That sounds, colors, smell, tastes, touch, warmth, and cold and hardness. All of these gather together and combined, and it creates as something real. The mind object is formed through those combinations. It's if I say an example, it's like a rope, how it's wound together with the little strings as a one thing. So once you untangle those strings, you can see that there is nothing as a rope, as a big rope. That's how our mind has formed through entangling these five senses. In the same way, this eye can never experience a chair without the support of that sound. When you look at something outside, try to observe it very carefully. For example, when you see your car or your phone, you think that you see those objects through your eye. The experience does not come as only a color. It appears as an object with a name. When you see the phone, you never experience just as a like color. It's appear as a phone. This sense of hardness and the sounds of words, that phone, the name, and all the other sensation also arise together. If you don't touch it, even if you are not touch the phone, when you see it, it appears as with the hardness and or softness. With those all feelings comes together with the name, with the sound. Everything appears at once the moment you see it. Without touching, all these vibrations comes together. The perception of color, the perception of sound, the perception of smell, and the perception of touch. And they combine into a single perception as a phone or a car, like that. That combined perception is what creates the idea of a car or chair or phone, whatever you see. When the perception of the word of that car arises through the ear, a car is created in the mind. But within that perception, the sound, the color, and all the other sensation are already included when you see that object. That is the sanya. That's how you recognize or you perceive something. Now, if you look very carefully, whenever you look outside and see those objects, you are actually experiencing only the sounds, only a name. Actually, when you see something, you only experience the sound because you are not touching them, you are not hearing them. But when you see something, just suddenly it's appearing in your mind as a object or with a name. Everything you see is mixed with the sound label that the mind adds. If you think about something with your eyes closed, even then it appears together with color, smell, taste, and form. You never can stop when you imagine something. You never can stop appearing objects in your mind. It's appearing with the sensation or the hardness or softness or with the color, and even you feel the smell even when you think about the jasmine flower. The smell, you can realize how the flower you can smell. Everything comes together. So we are using those sanya to live on this world every day. The mind automatically brings all these qualities into an image. If you don't understand the true Dharma, you never realize that you are in illusion world and in a world of consciousness. Even when we look outside, we experience name when we see something, even though we never seen a picture. Actually, this eye never can recognize a picture, but we think that we are experiencing a picture or a person or an object. But it is just a stimuli arising in this eye that is stimuli never can recognize any object or any name. But we think we seen through our eye, we recognized something through eye. This is how other senses also arising. Even when we close our eyes, we experience names without a real object. So how does this happen? We have to think very carefully, where do these perceptions come from when we think, when we imagine? So have you ever tried to understand this process through your own system? That is the beginning of um, noble investigation, or the beginning of the search for the true, noble truth. If you look deeply enough, you begin to realize that you are living in a world that is very much like in a dream. What we experience is not truly, actually not truly real. It means that what we think has never actually appeared to us in reality. If we say that what we see and here is not truly there, it may sound like an extreme claim. But what we experience through the mind is not something that actually exists as a solid reality. This is something that must be seen with a genuine insight, or with wisdom, or with jnana. Only then can its true nature be understood. Everything arises from a mental object, mental vibration. It is these vibrations that cause your happiness, your sorrow, and your suffering. When you sit on a chair or lie in a bed, you feel as though you are sitting on something solid and real. You feel as if there is a person, you, with a soul, living in a real world. You feel like that way. We never realize, without understanding true Dhamma, we never realize that these 5 faculties arising in this very moment, 6 faculties arising in this very moment. We have created the world divided into good and bad, but what you don't realize is that this entire experience is created by vibrations arising through the 6 senses. These vibrations merge and entangle, giving rise to the sense of aliveness. Then you feel that you are sitting on a chair and it is a hard and it is a real object, and you have both extremes. Because we can never isolate a single stimulus. Since everything is continuously flowing, we feel as if everything appears here as real and existing, because we never can see the stimulus arising in this very moment. When something we say, we see only an object. We have created a world divided into good and bad, pleasant or unpleasant, happiness and suffering, like that way. Yet all of it originates from a single vibration. But we never realize that without seeing this Dhamma in very depth when we attach ourselves to the world and take it as our own, and suffering begins. When you understand that all these signs are not actually real events, what happened within you, as you see or hear anything, you start to recognize its impermanence. You see that with prajna or jnana, the perception that once appeared as a permanent now becomes seen as impermanent. That is the anitya sanya, that is the perception of impermanence. You see that after you realize in the Dhamma, once you understand the Dhamma, you will begin to see that process, that ignorance once appeared as a permanent now becomes seen as impermanent. That is the anicca sanya. It's arising within you automatically, because if you understand properly and very clearly, you never can take something as real. So when the true Dhamma is understood, the perception of impermanence arises naturally on its own. At that point, you don't need to seek a quiet place to meditate, or the meditation begin to arise within you continuously. Because you know the truth, and then you don't want to hang on with anything. The perception of impermanence itself becomes a condition that leads towards Nibbana or liberation. This is how it happens. When the perception of impermanence arises within you, you stop creating new thoughts and defilements. Creating defilements. You no longer want to hold on to anything or give it more power to generate more and more thoughts, because with wisdom you see that these things have no real substance. You clearly understand that clinging to something that has no true value is pointless. Even though once you understand how this mind has formed, then once you realize, or once you understand that there is no real mind to take as a real, so then you don't want to clinging to something. That's what happened. So then you don't want to divide it into good or bad, or happy or sad, or pleasant or unpleasant things. You see the mind object, whether it is good or bad. That's what happened. At that point, you no longer need to classify your thoughts as a good or bad. Some Dhamma teachers encourage you to label the mind in that way. But such method do not lead to true liberation. If you try to hold on only to good thoughts and remove bad ones, and try to see thoughts as unreal, Then whenever a thought arises, it will naturally appear and fade together with the defilements and suffering tied to it. You can observe this in your own experience. Both methods. If you try to hold only a good thoughts and try to remove the bad thoughts, you can try that way. How your defilements fades away and how your the suffering fading away. And also you can try, if you are not sure, if you can try to see the mind object, how it has formed. Once you understand the Paticca Dhamma, you can see that there is no real mind object. Then you don't want to choose this is a good thought, this is a bad thought, this is a wholesome, this is unwholesome, like that way. So through this, you begin to understand how the mind moves towards the non-vibrational state. You can see the difference. If you have practiced to hold only good thoughts, you can see the differences between these two teachings. Because when you clinging to the world as something real and solid, if you keep something as good things or good habits or good thoughts, you get caught in extremes. There are two extremes. As long as you hold on to it, there is no way to break free from the cycle of samsara. Because there is a good person, there are good thoughts in your mind, hold in, and you are trying to be a good person with the good thoughts. Then you are still going through this cycle of samsara. You never can break this cycle. Even after this understanding, thoughts will still arise in the ordinary way. Ordinary way means normally what you see, you can, it's appear thoughts in your mind. Because whatever you see or hear creates a perception that cannot be stopped. Because there is no controller to stop this process. But the difference is that the perception no longer has the power to create a greed, happiness, or suffering. When that power disappears, you experience a deep ease. Then someone might wonder if the mind becomes non-reactive. Oh, it is not real. So how can happiness arise within you? It may arise a question within yourself because the reason is that the ordinary or unrealized the Dhamma, that mind has been conditioned to grasp at pleasure always, the conventional world. It has been shaped to cling to anything that feels pleasant always. But when you actually practice the Dhamma, you will see it for yourself. The happiness of the ordinary world is nothing compared to even moment of freedom from the sense basis. Until you realize that moment, you might think happiness is the what you are experiencing in now in your mind. When you are in mind, you might think that that is the happiness. But once you understand the Dhamma, you might feel the differences between those what we are calling this happiness or calmness. That single moment brings an extraordinary peace, actually. There is no words to describe it. You experience it in a completely ordinary way without experiencing it. For example, think that once you realize this Dhamma, when you sit in your garden, you will see, you still see birds and flowers, the beauty of the nature, but they no longer appear as something real when your awareness is stable within you. Instead, they appear as a beautiful Dhamma through the nature. So without a person, without clinging to anything, in pure nothingness, you will see this dream becomes beautiful once you have seen the Dhamma. So it may arise a question within you. So then, if it is not real something, so then how we can enjoy the life like that way? Those questions arising within you until you realize the Dhamma. Once you realize the Dhamma, you will see everything clearly, and then it might be changed completely in a different way. So when you see your own thoughts as part of the illusion of the world, once you realize Dhamma, ignorance fades right there. When you see the truth, ignorance fades right there. When awareness becomes stable in that same place, when you practice vidarshana meditation, when you try to see your mind, how it's arising and disappearing in this very moment, how you experience your six senses, how it's arising in this very moment, by keeping stable awareness within you. And when you stop giving reality to thoughts and stop creating new thoughts, then sila, morality or concentration, means samadhi, and wisdom, prajna, arise together in this very moment. When you see the truth, when you realize the ignorance in this very moment, that sila, samadhi, prajna arise together. How it's happened? Because you don't want to go to a temple to um, make a steady awareness, or when deep inside arises something very special happen in the mind, that means you don't have to try to be moral, or you don't have to try to concentrate, just make an effort. You don't have to try to be wise, and that root is non-clinging. You don't want to try to become a good person with the Sila Samadhi Prajna by making an effort. It will arise in naturally within you with non-clinging. Because once you realize this Dhamma, you will understand that there is no person to become as a good person with Sila Samadhi Prajna. When the mind stops grabbing thoughts, stop treating the world as something solid, and stops creating me and mind, something very natural begins to happen. When the mind stops grabbing thoughts, stop holding the world as real, when you see the truth that there is no both extremes, you only experience your mind consciousness, then the mind becomes naturally harmless. That's what happened. That is the seal, because you don't want to attach or to reject. You don't want to reject or attach with something. Once you see the truth in this very moment, then the rise in sila within you, that means when you see anything as your own mental illusion, you don't want to harm yourself or anyone else, because you see this is a one process. As a one process, you see the truth, and the sila arises within you automatically. It happens automatically within you. The mind becomes naturally steady with the awareness. That is the state of samadhi. That means when you don't want to hang on to unwanted or unreal or useless thoughts, because you know that the mind object is not real. Once you understand how name and forms creating through your mind, the samadhi, the concentration naturally arises within you. Because there are no defilements, you have a clear mind, because you are awakened to this very moment, and you will see the truth in this very moment. It leads to a rise in the samadhi within you. It's happen automatically within you when you see the truth every moment. When you experience something, if you try to realize the Dhamma, at that very moment, the samadhi arising within you, because you don't want to create or you don't want to generate more and more thoughts. When the thoughts is not appear in your mind, the samadhi arising within you, automatically. That's what happened inside you once you realize this Dhamma. The mind sees clearly without effort. This true Dhamma, when you awaken to this very moment, that is the prajna. That is the wisdom arising within you. When you have a steady awareness and know the truth, you begin to see the mind arising and disappearing in this very moment. You see that the world created by the six sense basis is not real. You clearly see that through your prajna or through your third eye, Dhamma eye, and then wisdom arises in that moment. Also, you will begin to see the Dhamma in more depth as your defilements fade away, when reduce your thoughts in your mind. You will see very clearly, step by step, layer by layer, how this process is occurring every moment. So, the Lord Buddha explained that what we experience as a life is simply a fabricated perception or a mental construction. So, our noble friend Aryan Wahanse always emphasized this from the very beginning up to today. Sanya Bisankaranayak Jivatena Yana, that is in Sinhala. Aryan Wahanse always emphasizing that words. It is only because he explained this Dhamma so clearly and beautifully, untangled all the points clearly. Actually, that's why we were able to understand this true Dhamma. We always feel deep gratitude towards him. Yeah, if you look on YouTube, there are so many Dhamma discourses available that you can listen to and learn from in depth. If you hear those Dhamma sermons, I'm sure you understand this true Dhamma. You never fall back into this cycle of samsara. You can break this cycle if you practice, if you try to explore about your six senses, if you try to keep a steady awareness in this very moment to see how your mind is behaving. So then you can become, or you can enter the path to Nibbana. So actually, if you think about this, when you practice, if you are walking now or when you walk every day, do you think about every step you control as you walk? Have you ever think like that way? If you try to think and control each steps, you would never be able to walk fast, because you would forget to lift your leg and place it on the ground. If you are controlling that process, you have to think every step when you lifting and placing it on the ground. So while that process, when you are controlling, then you have to keep, you have to focus on your breathing as well. So this whole process happen automatically following perception, following sanya. That's what happened. So when you explore like that way, when you walk, when you run, or when you do anything, when you're cutting vegetables or when you're washing plates, everywhere, you can practice this Dhamma. You can explore within yourself how this process is happening and how this body moving, how you experience this perception or sanya. So when you look around even your garden and see beautiful flowers, it should appear as a perception, sanya with awareness. I had that experience when I begins to seeking for this Dhamma. So how I was experiencing when I see those flowers in the garden and everything. Even though you see the flower, you can ask, are you really seeing it? It is simply happening. You can never operate the you can understand if you have studied science or if you have looked videos how this eye is working. So you can understand you can never operate the rods and cones in the retina of your eye to see something or to see experiencing something. You don't even know how fast that process happen, how fast those stimulus occurring in your eye, through your eye. So then, is there really a person operating this process? You can ask yourself. So there is no one there to control anything, isn't it? So that's how you can practice when you see anything, when you do anything. Keep a steady awareness to see the process, to explore yourself. Then you will see layer by layer, in depth, how this process occurring in this very moment. So when you look at the very outer layer of the eye process, you will see it layer by layer. When you look deeper, you will see that it is just a stimulus arising on your vibration, and that is how names form around it. First, a tiny stimulus appears, even though it is continuously flowing. Because of that process, we see it as a flower. But the eye consciousness never experiences a flower. Yet we think we have seen a flower. Actually, if we think, in very depth, we never experience a flower or anything what we see through this eye, because this stimulus never can recognize a flower or color. It doesn't know the red color or yellow or blue. This retina or rods or in this eye, it never can recognize those colors. It never can recognize the shapes. It just only a vibration or a stimulus arising in this through this process. This is why the Lord Buddha asked Venerable Tarujirya, is this eye permanent or impermanent? The Buddha taught that in this process there is no owner or real entity behind it. The stimulus that arises here also disappears right here. It never can stay as a fixed thing. Also, once we experience something through that stimulus, it's arising and disappearing in that very moment, and again it's arising a new stimulus again, and then we are thinking that we experience the same old thing what we seen before. So we are thinking that existing as a real object. We don't realize in this very moment this stimulus arising and disappearing, and then again it's stimulus arising and disappearing like a river. It's flowing very fast. That is why we never can recognize this process. And that is why we never can understand that we are in an illusory world. So, that is why Samma Sambuddha emphasized this is as a ditte dittamattam, sute sutamattam. That means when something is seen, there is only a seen process, not a person, or not a person, something seen. Because we never can those process as a real thing. Once you understand the Dhamma, you can realize that we never can take as a real object that winding on this stimulus. That's vibration also we feel because of this mind. That is the feeling. That feeling is that you think that as your soul. So, Sute Sutamatta means when something is heard, there is only hearing process, not a hearer or not a soul or not a person to hear something. The process arising here and disappearing in this very moment. You can practice the Dhamma anywhere, at any time. From the very beginning, you have to make an effort to keep steady awareness and to see this very moment. Sometimes you might forget, and then sometimes you might hang in on your thoughts. Then you will realize, oh, this thought is not a real object, so why I am hanging on these thoughts like that way. From the very beginning, you will practice step by step. But once you continue in that practicing with a great effort, then it will arise in within you automatically. When you see something all the time, something, or when you do a study, or when you do some assignments or anything, you will see, you will realize that all those words, there is no meaning actually. You will do what you want to do, but inside the within you, it won't be real anything. You will see it very clearly with steady awareness in this very moment. And then even if you fail an exam, you won't be worried because you never take anything as a real thing or real object. You will see the true every moment. That's what happened within you. So keep a steady awareness and to see this very moment. Even when you walk, you can observe who is walking, whether there is a soul or a person walking. And if it is not clear, you can look at the five senses separately, one by one, how your eyes experiencing the color world, how you ear experiencing the sound world, how you experience in the sense world, like that way, how you experience the taste world. So then you will see everything. It become clear gradually within you, and with rising wisdom, you will see everything very clearly. So to see whether there is a soul or a person controlling these five senses. Once you understand, once you see very clearly about all of these six senses, you will understand the Dhamma, which teachings help to come out of this cycle of samsara. In this way, from any posture, you can practice this meditation, this vipassana meditation. Once you practice seeing the rising and disappearing of this mind object, or whatever you recognize or feel through the sixth sense, so in this very moment, you will realize what the truth is with great effort. If you keep awareness in this present moment to observe the rising and ceasing of these five aggregates, then you will begin to enter that state of wisdom. So I hope this was helpful to you to understand something about it. Dhamma, how to practice and how to explore within yourself when you carry out your responsibility day to day. I think time is passing now, and then I'll stop here for today. Thank you for listening, and may the Triple Gem bless you, everyone. And Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa.
First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha, and I bow down to our Kalyanamitta Buddothpado Aryanhanse for his noble guidance. And to continue with the summarizing the Zoom discussions, what Aryanhanse had during his discussions. So Buddha's doctrine is actually based on the principle of the cause and effect doctrine. This may look very simple to some people, but when we hear that sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, touch are the cause, and the effect is the creation of the self or soul, it is quite remarkable and unique. The explanation regarding this subject is also very unique. The practical side of this can be put into words or write a book. It can only be experienced through your own practical experience. Only one can realize and understand through their own practical experience. If someone tries to if someone thinks that through the normal the concentration meditation that very famous about when we hear Buddhism, we always hear it's all about the meditation. But when someone try to do the concentration meditation, but it's all about not focusing on one thing, but it's about analyzing and investigating
the Dhamma knowledge, the concept that you have learned. So we call it insight meditation. So when in this way, one should be able to see and observe how the concept of separate self dissolve. If mind is there, there is also a way to stop it. So, and also if there's a mind, there's also a way to liberate the mind. So if we hear a lot about Aryan's explaining the currents and energy. So if you look at that, so if you don't focus on if you have to focus on the self, you should be able to see the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment. And actually, there's no truth that can be found in how fast these thoughts are appearing and disappearing. If the object becomes real in your mind, then there is also a self or soul who for whom that object became real. So those are the two ends that we hear as Achat and Bahita. So when a chair become real to you, you have a name and rupa, which is the name and form. So the concept of I, me, mine is also born at the same time. You can see this through mindfulness. When you're mindful about your thought process, like how that thought appears as there is something external, you can only catch that through the mindfulness. This image of the chair was created by the vibrations. We hear that a lot about, and once it talks about vibrations, sparks. So this image of the chair actually is created by the vibrations and sparks and the sensory stimulation created by those sparks in the senses. The question is, how did these sparks turn into a chair, wall, or a tree, a color, red color, green color? How did these sparks turn into something that is, you feel like there is something outside? How did you get that notion at the same time as it is me who see it? It is mine. It's my house, my child. All these including that they are all caught in the mind only through mindfulness. Mindfulness is related to every normal thought that occurs in the mind. However, when you have that special awareness, which is connected with the supreme wisdom, which is the knowledge of this Dhamma, the concepts, the Buddhist doctrine, then only you can understand the illusions, how these illusions are created by the mind consciousness. So for you to see that how these illusionary things like your senses are creating this illusion in which is in the mind consciousness. So you need that super wisdom, or also the knowledge of the Buddha's doctrine, like the Jnana Darshana, we call it. Like you need to listen and understand these concepts. When a person is able to fully understand how this illusion is made in the mind and how that system takes place, how that process happens within you, then he reaches a special state of mind. It is called the Adhikata Samadhi. That is a special state of spiritual concentration gained through your insight. And when you reach that Adhikata Samadhi level, you are an awakened person, which is you are awakened to this moment. No one can fool you. No one can make you delusional. You see everything as it is. You see that magic. You see how your senses creates that magic, as how you feel that there is something outside, and at the same time there is a person who perceive this. And we call the mindfulness also as here. So the state of we getting aroused by the sensual desires, that's a feeling. You feel that that state of how you get aroused by your sensual desires. So when you eat something, when you smell when you smell a food, you get that craving to eat that, and it's a feeling. At the same time, when you see someone you don't like, you immediately feel that anger, that dislike within you. It's a feeling. And when you have that knowledge, when you have that the super wisdom, then you get that knowledge of how the dissolvement of these desires, you can observe it through the super wisdom. We call it abhinya jnana, whereas that super wisdom which filters, which sees everything clearly. So when you have this experience, when you have that super wisdom, then you can stop that effects of the sixfold base, which is the eye, the ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. That effect, that what it does to you through these senses, you can stop that effect. You are in control of your own senses. So these senses will not affect you, your feelings, your thoughts, and how you act and react to things. So when a person when the name, the nama, which is when you see that inside of the mind that deals with your feelings, the perceptions, and also at the same time those volitional formations, which is how those everything is formed, how mind conscious or the mind is formed. You if you don't know, if you don't have that super awareness, that inside meditation, the concentration, so you don't know what's happening in then, and the knowledge how to understand this. So if you know how if you have that, if you have the super wisdom, that knowledge, then you can know the origin, how these the mind conscious, the mind is formed. And also at the same time, you will see that cessation of the mind conscious. So you cannot experience the cessation of, and then when you don't know that, when you don't have it, actually you don't know the origin and also the mind consciousness and how the cessation of it, and then you suffer with that. The so what do you mean by suffering? The suffering and the cause of the suffering refers to the knowledge of how the mind conscious is formed. If you know this fact, you could experience how it disappears as well. So then you won't be clinging to the material world, because you see that how everything is created and how the suffering is created and the cause of the suffering, and how the mind is formed. Then you could experience how it disappears. Then the clinging to the material world stops, because you see that magic. Then you will not cling to the material world. And this is the true knowledge. So objects become the value of or the value you give to the objects, they become not valuable anymore. They don't, and then those objects will not exist in the mind after you experience this. That then you know that there's no reality. So you can only experience this when you have that super knowledge, the super wisdom. And also we call this super right wave, which is this Samma Samadhi. With this realization, you will know for sure that there's no truth in a thought. As a result, the inner transformation happens, and subsequently that helps you to get out of the notion of self from your mind. And when you know this, and when you find ways to get rid of the wrong notion of self, so no one can then drop that notion of individual self. And when that happens, it happens in a very gradual process. And then when you experience that, when that process happen gradually, then the value that you give it to the outside world is gonna diminish, and then those things that you value before, thinking that you have beautiful clothes, you have luxury vehicle, and everything that you valued materialistically, they all become you lose that the feeling of importance, and then it's easy that way that for you to lead your life with the simplicity, the necessities, and then you're not gonna stimulate and indulge in pleasure in related to the worldly objects, because then you know that there's nothing exists. Everything is created momentarily and constructed due to the cause. And when the cause vanish, these things vanish too. And the Buddhist stanza that explain this is Hetu Paticca Sambhuta Hetu Bhanga Nirujjati. This stanza explains the importance of getting rid of sensual pleasure and also the spiritual process. This is because there's if there is even a slightest clinging to the process, some people they understand, they get that knowledge and they cling to that knowledge and the process, then it makes it harder or impossible to reach the akampita, the nibbana. This, when objects disappear, there is no existing individual self, because only when you have something that is that object, then there is a perceiver who has that object. So you lose the both. The only thing that happens in the sensual occurrences it's just you realize that it's just an sensual occurrences. Only actions of the senses happen without the idea of me or mine. You have to analyze in this manner. It's just a system that happens, that a process that happens without that the idea of me or mine. Just imagine when you have that, when you lose that me or mine feeling, how easy your life will be. There's no person that you center everything. There's no person you have to. There's nothing for you to maintain. You, how beautiful your life will be. How easier your life will be. And right now we are all in a rat race, trying to achieve things to individual self, and when these objects, material things, they all become so real, and when you realize this, the individual self are gone, you see the reality of the material world. And in order to practice that 4 foundations of mindfulness, you have to know there's no existing world. And R.N. Vanse explains the knowledge very beautifully in all the discussions. And there are 2 parts to the principle, what is the first half is called the Purvabhaga Patipada, and the second half is called the Aparabhaga Patipada. So one we have heard that, I know a lot of people think that the meditation is the first what you have to do, but Lord Buddha had clearly declared that without accomplishing the Dhamma, Nibbana is not possible. Some people see this without an understanding of the true Dhamma. And at the same time, actually the true knowledge, just the knowledge will also not take you towards this path. So the common idea that what we have heard is that that there is I am living and I'm dying, and we have that idea of I have to achieve it. I have to have a good life, and we all are in that path, just studying and finding a good life and finding a good job and building a family, and then you end of the day you just end your life and we all die. So when you think about it, it's the same phenomena, the same process even in the animal world. So we have to understand the value of the human life we got. At the same time, we have born in an era where we hear this true Dhamma, and so we have to make use of this time and life to understand this Dhamma. In reality, when everything is impermanent, and actually Aryan Hase talks a lot about how the vibrations and how the senses are created in his Deshanas. The senses actually are the main source which creates the mind consciousness. So it also depends. It doesn't happen for entire, like everybody. It happens to. It's unique to person, one being to being. So when all these senses combine, and when the mental formations, when all the senses, when everything is combined, then it creates that the mental formation, which is we call the mind. And how this creation happens is through the sounds, the color, smell, taste, and the bodily feelings, the how you experience the feel, and when they are all combined due to contact, and then a feeling such as the existence of individual being created. This process occurs continuously and at very high speed. When only after learning the process of how to reverse this process by listening to a Kalyana Mitra or a friend who has experienced that, And then only you will obtain that knowledge on how you can eradicate the concept of or sense of individual, the existence. So Sakayaditi is the center of everything. So when you understand this, the process, how this is created, and it happens due to the influence of the vibrations and sparks. When this your sensory when your senses when that sensory stimulations occur, then when you know that how it is created, then you will be able to see and how defilements such as the desire, anger, and ignorance are also fading. So when you know that how these things are created, and at the same time you will experience that how these defilements get faded too. We all are born, and we are entitled to escape from those clutches of the mind, but we don't know that we always we get caught, trapped in our mind when we don't know how to escape from it. So we are used to being trapped inside our thoughts, and also the feeling of me, I, mind. We don't know how to liberate ourselves from that cage. And then the material world create in that illusion in the mind, and we don't know how to exit from those things. When this is realized, one will lose that value in things. Just the thoughts come and go in a normal way. When you have that program running inside you, you just know that it's just the thought that come and go, and there's no clinging to the thought. And you just know they are like clouds, just pass by. You will not try to you will not cling to those thoughts. Then we should be able to observe that there's nothing valuable in sounds or colors. So when we reach that level, we know that the outside world, everything that we refers, are all made out of the elements, and also those elements are changing, and they're conditional, and they change. And when you have that understanding, you just lead your life as how you are, but it becomes just an action without me or mine. And you see your children, you see everything around you, your family, your colleagues, your friends, your neighbors, and like you do everything, but you know that it's just a process, a system. It's not that someone who's doing or who's in that system, who it just happens. And when you think that objects and people, when you think of objects and people, and we can just see them as just nama and rupa. So it's just a name and a shape or color. At times, then you feel the value also. There's no value to this. So this is a very deep state of thinking, and it helps for you to escape from that illusionary mind, and that is actually to the path to liberate yourself, to liberate your mind, your to liberate yourself from that mind consciousness, that cage you were stuck all your life. So as long as someone has those stains and defilements, that person can escape the birth and death. So you only through that super wisdom you will understand this process. And this is and in the end, when the experience of that liberation is we call it's been called the Vimukti Sara state of mind. So right, I mean we all we all of us, we live in this live in a very fantasy world, and we everything is real to us, and so there's a example that in it says that when a dog sees his reflection in a pool of water, the image he sees is real to him. We have seen how he barks and how he tried to fight with that image. And because he believes that there's another dog inside the water. So it's just like the same way the mundane people think that they can find objects in the outside world. The world of colors and forms created in your eyes cannot be found anywhere. There's nothing you can get from the outside world. So I'm going to highlight again that you have to realize this truth with that super wisdom, and you need to practice with that the awareness, and it helps actually not the concentration meditation, but through the insight meditation, where you investigate, you analyze, you apply those knowledge within you, and only then you will know that there's no truth in the thoughts that occur from moment to moment. This is examining the true nature of the mind or thought in a given this moment. Just a thought that comes and goes, and there's no truth in the thought. And also to talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, the Buddha's doctrine is completely depending on the dependent origination. Only when you understand that, when you fully understand the dependent origination within the activity and knowledge of how a thought is created, and liberation also inevitably happen. It's beautifully explains by Aryan that how you realize this, how you can understand this, how you can apply this, and that true knowledge. When you have that, no one can stop you from from your liberation. It happens inevitably. How thoughts, sounds, and colors. But you need to know that how the thoughts, the everything you hear, like the sounds and colors, how these are created. You must know. And so we experience this world through our senses. But have you thought about if something, if your senses become inactive, like you fall asleep and then your senses are inactive, how these things are created? So we have to understand that we are all trapped inside our own senses. And we have actually stuck ourselves in a cage called ego and self. That is also called the wrong beat. So everything becomes self-centered. Everything happens around myself. So now we know that this is the world that we created by ourselves. So the whole idea of the dependent origination is when with conditions things appear, and when conditions cease, things disappear. So only when the cause and effect, when you have those conditions, then things appear. And when those conditions goes away, and these things will go away as well. So when you were an infant, when you were a baby, we had a very radiant mind. We didn't have those the created objects that we just experience as everything as it is. We only had those feeling. We didn't have the concept of jealousy, anger, hatred. They were not present, but and then they were slowly they were all created in our mind. And as a baby, we started to learn that the amma, tata, mother, sister, mine, my toy, and then we went to the nursery, the kindergarten, and then we learned the names and the shapes and letters, and then as you grow, your database gets more and more filled, and now we have a whole universal things that are inside our brain created. When we were little, even if we are given a diamond, we wouldn't know, we would just play with it. But as you grow older, that all these things are created, and every valuable things are just created in your mind. And these becomes the suffering. As you grow, when everything becomes so valuable, and your relationships, your image, your everything becomes so valuable, and then at the same time, the level of suffering has also increased. That's now we are in a era where we see how everything is happening in the world. We see how people fight with each other. We see how people die with sicknesses. And life has become a competitive race. And we see how everyone is in a rat race. So this is the time to open our eyes and see what we are doing. And this is the time for us to invest that our effort and time to realize and to understand that what Lord Buddha has taught us, and realize these Four Noble Truths, which is the suffering. We all see that suffering a lot, and then we have to know that the cause of the suffering and cessation from the suffering, and then path to the Nibbana, the path, and then path to end the suffering. So this is the time that we see all that clearly in front of our eyes, and we have to give that effort, and we have to keep that mindset to understand this. And I would say that the Four Noble Truth will be, understanding this Four Noble Truth will be your own or only salvation, your only savior. The suffering of that sensation or pain, have you thought about it? It's just a feeling. So even if your thoughts are appearing and then giving you that depression and stress, it's just another way of a feeling. Your and your eye is suffering. Have you also thought about how the suffering happens? Does that suffering means that like you have pain? No. Even when you see something, the eye is suffering because you get that thought of an object and it becomes real, and you get that feeling of liking it, keeping it, and let that thought running with the material things. So your eye is suffering to see that the picture or the things that you saw as something that gives you pleasure. in reality, your eye is only a vibration, a mental formation, or a mental image created in the mind. It's only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. This is the same thing with all the six senses. So we see that when you see something, you call it I see it. And when you hear something, you call it I hear the sound. But have you thought about that? Isn't it that those senses just feel that? But isn't it that holding on to it and creating that, the liking, the dislike, and attachment, detachment, all that happens through your mind? But in reality, it's just a vibration, a mental formation, or just a mental image. And those things just created by the stimulation of all the senses. So we call it the sankhara when that power of holding keeping all together, the bonding, when you do that through your mind, we call it sankhara. It's a natural occurrence. This is also refers to mental creation through the mental to show that power that is creating through it. It's like a current. These mental currents, they do not exist anywhere. They just come and go with an unimaginable, very high speed. So it's just a natural occurrence. But just because we don't know that it just appears, it just happens in naturally. It's just a process or the system. We think that. So we see them as real things, real occurrences, an object, that a real object. And Narayana explains that actually the day that you realize that you have lost yourself in you, you will also realize that you have never met yourself ever. So because there's no one to meet, these are all the senses that works. It's just like a car is just running when it has the fuel, and when all its the wheels are spinning and the engine works and just the car is running. It's the same thing. And it's the so now we know that the objects do not exist anywhere, and it is just a mind creation. And there is no mind consciousness without the mental formations. And also without the mind conscious, there are no sankhara or mental formations. According to the vibrations, the 5 aggregates, they circulate in such a speed an illusion of an outside world is created. And Tinnang Sangati Passo, that is a very common stanza we hear in most of our Enhances Deshanas, and Lord Buddha explained this very beautifully, that means Tinna Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta, means these 3 together, which is the Ditta, which is the seeing, Sutta means the hearing, and Mutta means the bodily feelings together. So these are the things that actually we know that how everything, the outside the world is created through. We experience this the entire everything that we see as outside through our sensorial faculties, our capacities. And this is this is a natural formation of so everything is just created in like naturally, but we don't know it's an illusion. And we know now the creation happens due to the rotation of the 5 aggregates, which is called the skandhas. And this has been explained in many discussions, that how the fire circle is created by the rapid circulation of the 2 ends, or the 2 fireballs. That how the rotation speed makes it look like there's a fire circle. But have you thought about it? Like, isn't it how illusional we are? We see that fire circle, but in reality, it's just the 2 sticks which attached to a fireballs. So this is how everything is. The speed creates that the world that we see, we experience, we think everything is real. But in the reality, this is just a situation. It is as a result of the rapid vibration of the sensual sparks and the senses. So this is the vibration we experience, that is turning into a thought. And that thought comes after the vibration. However, when someone is in the true path, that thought disappears first. So when that means that when that thought disappears, the view of an individual self, the way you feel like you existed, it collapses. The belief that things exist and the defilement that are associated fade with that realization of that truth. And we call it Share Dhamma and Vaya Dhamma. So it becomes dissolving. Now we understand that all these, including all sensual activities, all happen as a natural phenomena, which is through the rapid rotation of it. And I'm going to conclude today's talk right now. And I worship Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyana Mitta, for his all his guidance and his noble guidance. And I wish everyone a peace and happiness, and may you all realize this Dhamma, and may you all find your own liberation. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining
from all birth, liberative and from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow.
Opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace
So, everybody. Let's continue with the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 25, second paragraph. At the end, everything is non-existent. Therefore, the teaching of the Buddha is called Shunya Patisanyutta Deshana, or the teaching of non-existence. The Buddha teaches the world something that no other has ever mentioned. Ye Dhamma Hetu Bhagava, Tesang Hetun Tathagata. The Buddha teaches us about Hetu Phala. It is also known as cause and effect. The Buddha does not teach about karma as the cause for rebirth. The Buddha said, finally, disciples, if we say that a cycle of cause and effect exists, it is incorrect. If we say that a cycle of cause and effect does not exist, that too is incorrect. Because if a world does not exist, what is there to compare things with? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Adam Mahansi. You are fortunate to hear this pure truth even for one day. May you realize the pure truth and may you come out of suffering. Theruvan Saranai. Upasikawa. Theruvan Saranai Adam Mahansi. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be upon you. Aryan Mahansi, accomplished teacher. Madam, please think about this for a while. Please don't try to stop our conversation. You should not run away from the most important point. Please think well. Where are you? You think that this is my body. You think that this is my child. You think that this is my husband. You think that this is my house. Now where are you? Aren't you only a thought at this moment? You are only a thought. Now let us see where this thought comes from. A thought is also known as a siddha, upasikawa, lady. So there is no thought, Aryan Mahansi. A thought is a spark. A sound and a color comes together. It creates a spark, upasikawa. Yes, it is only a spark. When a sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. Aryan Mahansi. Is there a living thing in a spark? Upasika. Oh, I didn't understand, Honorable Sir. No, there isn't a life in it. Aryan Mahansi. Okay, let me make it much easier for you. Does this thought have a life? Upasika. No. Upasika. Where is the life? Upasika. But there is no life, isn't it? Aryan Mahansi. If you think that this is your child, it is only a thought of a child. If you think that this is your body, it is also only a thought. You think that this is your body. Pasikava, yes. Aryan Mahansi. If you think that this is your husband, it is only a thought of a husband. If you think that this is your house, it is only a thought. Now, is there a life in a thought? There is no life. You found the Anatma Dharma, meaning there is no life form at all. Life does not exist. Upasakara, there is no life. It is only that we believe that there is life. Aryan Mahansi, we thought that there is a life. It is only a thought. Aryan Mahansi, we only associate with the thought. It is the thought that says that this is a book. It is the thought that says this is your child. It is only a thought. It is a chitta, a thought stimulus that comes from the mano center, mind consciousness. It is only a thought stimulus. Later, you will understand that there is nothing as thoughts either. A thought arises and disappears, or ceases immediately. A spark or stimulus always takes place at any one of our six senses. The six senses are seeing, hearing, taste, touch, smell, and mind consciousness. The mind consciousness is formed by the stimuli coming from five senses. But remember, a newborn baby does not have anything formed in his mind consciousness. A newborn baby comes to this world with a pure mind, an absolutely blank mind. He does not have any data in his mind. The stimuli that we receive from seeing, hearing, smell sense, taste sense, and touch sense form our mind consciousness. The mind consciousness sparks repeatedly at all times. Everybody.
You read about the page you generates with the help of the mind sensor.
Think that this is me. Then when you think that this is me, then you are only a thought. Now, is a thought a living thing? Upasika. No, Honorable Sir. A thought is not a living thing. Aryan Mahansi. We think that we have a child. Can a child physically be in a thought? No. It is only a thought. Nothing is there in a thought. We think that we have a husband. We think that we have a house. Then all of these are thoughts, aren't they? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansi. The book is a thought. This body, which we think is mine, is also a thought. When we don't believe in the book we see, then I cannot exist. When we don't believe in everything we see, then I cannot exist. Now where am I? I am is only a concept. It is a false belief. The false belief is called Dushti. Sakaya Ditti means the false belief that you exist, the illusion of self. The Buddha said that at one time the sun will increase in heat and turn the earth to ashes. Then only the empty universal space will remain. He also said when the clarified butter burns, it completely burns out without leaving any trace of ash or soot. Likewise, all what we think does not exist anywhere. Everything is a lie. What is left is only the empty universal space, nothingness. The Buddha said, Nisato Nisjivo Shunyo. There is no living being. Nothing is living or alive. There is nothing. Animitai, Shunyai, Aprahitai. There is no thing. There is nothing. There is no happiness or sorrow. There are a lot of things to contemplate, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, that is so, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa, you feel that you were taken up to the point of Nirvana, isn't it? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir, it is truly so. Aryan Mahansa, you cannot imagine, can you? There is no point living for eons without listening to the Dhamma or teachings of the Buddha. All this time, we all have lived in a lie of thoughts, believing that everything is true and they exist. We have held on to thoughts. Things don't exist. Thoughts don't exist. There is no duality. There isn't an inside which we thought as me, and there is no outside world. Chakkunniccato aniccanto, aniccam bantu. In this sermon, when the Buddha says asa or the eye, the Buddha does not mean the physical eye of soft tissue and flesh. The Buddha holds the sense of seeing as the eye, seeing a book, seeing a bed, seeing a table. In the above stanza, the Buddha asked Mahanani or disciples, is the sense of seeing permanent? No, it is not permanent, Swamini. it is impermanent. Mahanani, is seeing a happiness or sorrow? The disciple said, it is a suffering, Swami. Mahanani, if seeing is impermanent and if it is a suffering, isn't seeing the same as what you see as a book, a table, a bed? Isn't the sense of seeing only a thought? If you see a book, that is forming of the eye, the seeing. If seeing is only a thought, then can there be a book in a thought? There is nothing in a thought. That is why the Buddha said that seeing is not permanent. What you think does not exist anywhere. The Buddha said if seeing is not permanent and does not exist, can we say that there is a life in it? Can we say it is living and it is real thing? The disciples replied, no hetam banti, no swami. We cannot assign a life to what we see. There we found that there is no life form in us. There is no life in thoughts. Thoughts are all lies. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Therwan Saranai. I pay my homage at Taren Mahase's feet. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Shani Therwan Saranai. Yes, I'm sorry, I missed the first part you read. Actually, what was the main topic that you, in the part you read?
It's page 23.
Yes.
It's about the thought that just everything is only a thought.
So how the thought is formed, and is that what you were reading from the book?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll start from that point, I think. Basically, what we have to understand is that everywhere, every action, every word, everything basically is a result of a thought. So thought, as we have discussed earlier, is the result of the function or the creations of the sense faculties, and it's a spontaneous sequence of actions. You cannot give a timing frame. You cannot say that this happened after this and this happened before this, because there is no time frame. This is the basis of the cause and effect teaching by Lord Buddha. When the cause is there, automatically the effect is there. And if the cause isn't there, there won't be an effect. When the cause disappears, the effect automatically disappears. So this is the basis of this cause and effect phenomenon, and that is the basis of the true Buddhism. It's not the karma explanation, which is the basis of most of the other religions. So the thought is also, when you talk about the thought, it's the effect is the thought, and the cause is the function of the sense of faculties. And when you talk about the sense of faculties, actually there is a function in those. The function is described as the sensor faculty or the sensor, which means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the 5 sensor faculties described in Buddhism. And the worst part is that creation of these sensor faculties is also a creation due to the speed. So there is an illusion, there is something which looks real, but it is not there. Now, the common example that we are talking very often is what was given by Lord Buddha, the fireball and the ring of fires. Now, when you see the ring of the ring of fire, you can't say that there is no ring because you can obviously see it. But actually, when you analyze it, when you see how it happened, there's no circle. There's no circle, but there's only a ball which is spinning fast. So you cannot go to the two ends. You can't say it's not there. You can't say it's there. So when the cause is there, the effect is obvious. When the cause isn't there, when the ball is not spinning, there is no fire circle there. So thought is also like that. Thought is a creation, an instant creation actually, which is not there in the radiant mind, where the small child will have the sense of function, the faculties are functioning, but there is no joining of these functions together to make the thought. But still the child feels that there is a color, the light. Colors are also identified as a function of the mind sensor. It's a light or a shape, we can say. Shape is because of the light. You can see a shape. And similarly, because of the vibration of the eardrum, there is a creation of a sound. So these are called the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, or the skin or the body consciousness. So these 5 faculties give some feeling that it is there, so that the small baby, even though the baby doesn't have that thought or naming of that, or a given word to that feeling, the baby feels that there is something. So that is what is described as Itta Sanya, where the baby feels that there is a light, baby feels that there is a sound, smell, taste, and the skin feeling. But there is no words, no naming, no identification of that. And the feeling as if it is there is due to the current or the fine level of current or the fine level of power, which we also call sasava or taints. Because of that, the child tends to feel like any animal who has this ability, even with one sense of faculty, feels that it is there. So, in other words, in a very subtle way, child feels that child is there. But this level is not described as defilements, and the formation of the thoughts happens gradually with the growing of the child, and it doesn't just happen overnight, but little by little the thoughts are formed. So the names are attached, the mom or dad, ball, some drink, water, sun, moon, etc. Now also, and even the verbs like walking, sitting. So all those are names actually. They are all thoughts. So this naming occurs with the help of the adults who will sort of insert the data, like inserting data to a computer. Child will receive this data subsequently. It doesn't actually stop at the childhood, even later on, until the system, the physical body ends up. Every day there are data accumulated to this system. So as we have been talking, discussing earlier, the words, new words like tsunami or the words like this corona infection, all those things were data which were included or inserted subsequently. As adults, we came to know those things. Now, when the word tsunami is heard as a result of the vibration of the eardrum, you get the whole picture in that spark. The mind spark will give rise to the full sort of full-blown details, the news you heard and the pictures you saw on the TV, papers, what you read on the papers, and all sorts of discussions, the science part of it, geography part of it, and if there have been any relatives or friends who got affected or even lost their lives due to tsunami. Now all those information will come as an instant spark right now to the as a function of the mind sensor. So this process is something automatic and not uh, not according to a particular plan, and there's no doer in this process. So that part is what we have to understand very clearly, because this process of forming thought is not under anyone's control. So how can you say then, I thought, this thought is always coming to me and troubling me? So can you tell like that? Like all the other 5 sensor faculties, because very often the other sensor faculties, this automatic or spontaneous function of these other sensor faculties are not given a weight, but the mind sensor faculty, the function of the mind sensor is the one which is given a much higher much higher weight, because always, even though the eye, ear, nose, tongue, those other sensor faculties, uh, if they are in the functioning capacity, if the physical organ is in the functioning capacity, or if the physical organ is there, now for a person who doesn't have the eyes, there is nothing to talk about seeing light. Similarly, if a person is deaf, uh, having a major problem in his ears, you can't talk about the sound. So the physical organ should be there at the background, and the function of the sensor faculties, we sort of take it for granted. Like if you keep the eyes open, the eye will continue to vibrate, and so many shapes will be created. But when it comes to the mind sensor, this part is actually forgotten, and many of our participants who are discussing at the Zoom discussions, they come out with the comments saying that I can't control my thoughts, and this particular thought is troubling me all the time. So what we have to understand is that this is a process. This is the normal function of the system. when you do not realize this part, when the system doesn't sort of understand very clearly what is happening, this is the same, this is yet another sensor only. When you do not realize, you tend to give a big value to that thought, or this happens automatically. That is your defilement. When the thought is given a weight, automatically, that is where the self is created. Sometimes we hear, sometimes in certain discussions, some have this idea that I want to get rid of my defilements. I want to get rid of my current. But the fact is that current is yourself. Current is a self. It's not, two separate entities. It's the same. So when this part is realized, when the current which is arising is recognized, and it is recognized as the self, the power of that current automatically will be less, and the system automatically tend to realize that when the same incident happens again and again, that current which was generated becomes less and less powerful. So I think about the thought, I think that this is something that I could sort of uh, mention. Shani, anything else in the chapter you discussed? Any other parts that I have missed? Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සපනිකුලා තෙරුවන් සරණයි වහන්ස. So I would like to get a clarification about how this you said that it's like a firing, right?
Yes.
So like when we see from our eyes, they are like we can see things. I just want to, yeah, can you give me further clarification about that? How it is an illusion created with the senses?
Yeah, you want to now? Can you tell me something that is in front of you right now?
So I can see a bird flying.
Bird. Okay. So now, sorry.
Let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still I can see something moving in the sky.
That means you can't see it clearly. Is that what you was going to say?
No. Like let's say
You can see a bird, but you don't know what bird is. Is that what you want to say?
No, let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still we can see something moving. So like
Okay, so that means you can stop at whatever the level that is recognizable. Now, for example, your eye will have a vibration and then catch something. Something is created as a shape, moving shape, isn't it?
Yes.
The shape is moving in the sky, right? So now,
there is
yes.
this existent feeling there that there is something out there like that.
Yes, definitely. You even though you do not recognize, now your mind sensor cannot give a name to that, but the mind sensor will give the creation. There is something moving and probably a bird. But you tend to get the feeling that it's there, isn't it? When you turn the camera towards your system, you know that there is something there. You feel that it is existing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is your self feeling. That is your self perception. That means you have taken it as real. The system feels that there is something real there, flying in the sky. Okay. So when that value is automatically given, the other side of the coin is that the self feeling is there. That means the person who is watching is created on this side. Am I clear enough, Shani?
But still it's bit confusing about that how there is the things I see. Like
Now that is actually that the feeling that Aryan Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will correct me. Now that feeling that you get that it's real is a feel that you get, isn't it?
yes.
Yes. So how it is a kind of power within the system. How that power comes is that every vibration has a current. That is the science part of it. Every vibration, that means every wave, has two ends, two opposite ends, and in the center there is a current formed. So when there is fast vibrations of the eye, this current becomes more powerful. And when the sensor faculties get together now, for example, eye, ear, and if there are the sensor faculties which are involved, when they get together, the final result is the thought sensor, mind sensor, isn't it? When it comes to the mind sensor level, that current is more. That current is the one which gives a kind of live feeling. That is why you tend to feel, that is why the system feels that there is something real there. Uh, I think these facts are very clearly explained in much more simpler way by Aryan Vahase in the previous, the original, the very first discussions that Unase has made. If you go to the Darshana part in the website, those things are very clearly explained. Even this 14-hour sermon, which is given in, I think, 24 or 25 parts, that clearly explains this process. That current is the one which gives the feeling, gives the system a feeling that it's there, it's real. Anything else you like to clarify, ask on around that topic? I can try to explain more. No. Now, at the beginning, actually, this is a theory part. Actually, this is knowledge. So you have to read about this, how the mind is formed, how you feel that there is things are existing, how you feel that the self-existence or self-perception is there. This is the part of the theory where you call it actually Satya Jnana, where you learn it or read it or listen and then gather the knowledge. And then you can sort of revise that in your mind. That is, we call it Savitakka, where you, using your thoughts and the mind, you try to revise what you heard and try to remember the sequel, how it happens. Then automatically, when you are you get it applied automatically to the day-to-day activities, and little by little the function of this mind, the creative ability of this mind becomes more and more clearer. If there's anything else that you want to ask around that, I will try to clarify. Aryan Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will be able to help me. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, would you like to join the discussion?
Saranai.
Terwa Saranai.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear. Yes.
What Shani asks is she can't understand something moving in the sky, which she has not data about it. The previous information is not there at the moment, not available. So the same thing is going on. The same mechanism happens. The known things or unknown things are immaterial. They are not. It is not a problem really. What we understand, something unknown is moving. Unknown is again a thing. Again a thing is moving. Someone or something is moving. Again a nama is there. Name is there. Unknown thing is moving there.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. At the same time, if she can't understand that that what you fireball example, just look at the ceiling fan. It is when it is moving fast, you understand that automatically some kind of a circle is appearing. Actually, there is no circle there, but still you experience because of the rapid speed. In the same manner, the eye and the object, with the help of fusion, you get that spark. Then you understand this is what it happens because of the telepathization. Yes, doctor.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yeah, as you said, if the data is not there, it will, I mean, identified as something related now. As Mr. Bernard very correctly said, you can now, if I give another example, if you see a tree, but you don't know the name, and initially the creation of the eye and then the creation of the mind will give the conclusion that unknown tree, but knows that it is a tree. Because of the past data, the tree can be identified from the shape, but the name is not there. But subsequently, if somebody shows that this is, we'll say, a bulu tree, something which is not very common. So if somebody says, this is the bulu tree, so that data will be added right at that point. So thereafter, if you see the tree, if the same person identifies the tree, and then automatically that name will come as a spark. This is a bulu tree. So like that, if you do not have a particular name or a particular particular name, some form of identification will happen. Now there may be instances where say for example, if you see a weapon, kind of weapon used by some sort of tribal people who live in the deep jungle. So if you see a kind of wooden weapon, we'll say, I mean, can recognize it as a shape, can recognize it as made up of wood, but there is no name and you do not know the purpose of that. So like that, the different levels of information, different levels of data will get combined at different levels. So Shani, are you sort of clear with that your question?
Yes, Sakuntala, yes.
Okay. Peruan Saranay Aryan Wahansa, if Aryan Wahansa likes to make any comments about what I mentioned, Avsarai. Okay, I think we'll continue a bit more. Aryan Wahansa must be busy with work. Okay, so when we were talking about the thought, if you sort of continue about the thoughts, thought formation or the function of the mind sensor alone is a part of the Mr. Bernard Peruan Saranai.
Yeah, yeah,
Peruan Saranai, we can't hear you. I think there's a problem with the signal.
yeah, yeah.
Are you going to
Hello.
tell something?
Yeah, yeah. Signal problem is here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. Yes. What is it?
Sorry, I think there is some interruption in what you say. Okay. What I was going to say was that the function of the mind sensor is a part of the system itself. But when the thoughts are given a value, when the thoughts are taken as real, that is where the problem is. That is where you can call it akusal. In Sinhala, it's called akusal, where you can also label them as defilements, but the function of the mind sensor is normal to even the arhat state, because thoughts are necessary for the function of the day-to-day life. So having thoughts is not a sin. It's not something that shouldn't happen, because thoughts are necessary for the day-to-day activities, day-to-day functions. And there are many occasions where even at Lord Buddha's time, there are certain parts in the Buddhist history we hear that Lord Buddha thought of this. He thought about doing this. Lord Buddha thought of going to visit so and so. And Lord Buddha thought that he will wait until this person comes. So like that, the thought formation is a part of the system. But when you give a value to the thought, when you take the thoughts as real, that is where the trouble is. That is where the ignorance is. So that value is what is called the fire or the current. Now we are using so many words actually to describe the same thing, but the meaning, basic meaning is the same. So when the value is added or the value is there for the thought, it means it's taken as real. It means that that is a defilement. It means that is the self-existence, feeling of self-existence. So this is actually, this current is something felt. This is what is described as the feel. And this feel is a one which will lead a system to the correct pathway. Identifying this field or identifying this current is the one which is basically needed, and this is what will be the headlight to move forward in the Dhamma pathway. More you identify this current, more you identify the own defilements. That means that the system is identifying more and more about the own self-feeling. So identification is the only way to clear the pathway. So these are actually, now when you realize that the thoughts are not real, when the thoughts are not given the value, that is the second step in the practical pathway, where initial thought, now the system realizes that thought is just a collection of function of the other five faculties. Now, thought is something, now there are instances where without that immediate function of the other five faculties, sometimes you tend to think, we say now in formally when we are talking, we say, I was thinking. What do you mean by that? I was thinking means your mind sensor is functioning and your thoughts. But these thoughts are always pre-prepared spark. Again, that is the function of the other five sensor faculties. So thought is always something which was sparked somewhere in the past. It may be during this birth itself, or maybe somewhere in a previous birth, maybe a very, very long time in your samsara journey or your birth cycles. So for a thought to happen right now, there should be something similar happened in the past. That is where you call it actually memory, but there is nothing called memory. There is no place where these informations are stored. It automatically something happens, and it is the result of a spark which happened in the past. So when the thoughts are automatically tagged with this value, that is what you call the defilements. So this is a little bit of a little complex process to understand, because we have been giving a value to the thoughts all this time. So it is like trying to swim upwards against the current in a river. So many things you have to read again and again, many discussions we have to listen again and again to realize that we have been going just down the river, but now we are trying to swim upwards against the current. I can see Dr. Ravi has joined. Terwa Sarna Ravi, are you in a position to talk to us now? We were talking about
Yes,
the thoughts.
yes, yes,
We were
yes.
talking about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and then the nature of the mind sensor.
Yes, yes. So, yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai, Rasa Thiruvan Saranai, Ivan. Yes, actually speaking, when you talk about the thoughts, the thought, coming thoughts into your mind, that is perfectly all right. So what you have to do is just try to understand how this thought is built. This thought
Terwa Sarnai Ravi, we can't hear you.
it is not a, I think we always talk these things, but even we talk these things, sometimes people tend to think thoughts are the problematic things, but we have to understand that thoughts are not Sorry,
Now we can hear you again.
you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, people tend to think the thoughts are the problematic things. So we have to uh, keep these thoughts coming, and we have to anyhow keep these thoughts suppressed. So from that we can get some kind of a relief and so on. So it is not like that. It really belongs to the concentration meditation. But with the insight meditation, we don't talk about these things. So thoughts are there. Thoughts should be there. What you have to do is just to understand the structure of the thoughts, how the formation happens in the of these thoughts. So that will make you to stay stay without engaging in the thoughts. So the engagement with the thoughts, what used to happen earlier will not be there with the understanding. So that is the sole purpose of this. So as Dr. Shakuntala said, I think the formation of thoughts is the basis here. Thoughts in the sense, so as we all know, collectively, when the collection of thoughts represent as a mind, as the mind. So we think there is a permanent thing called mind, but we think that there is permanent thing called mind, but it is not true. So mind is created from the thoughts. So then you have to find out how each and every thought gets created. So in order to do so, what we have to do is we have to take one thought and try to analyze how it is get created. So then you will understand this. Each and every thought is are having same kind of a similar kind of a structure there. So how the structure of the thought is very similar. So then you have to go somewhat deeper and see the raw material that are essential for creating the thought. So who provides these raw materials? So if you look at closely, the raw materials are, or the substrates are provided from the sensors. So sensors are the main culprit. So sensors collectively provide substrates to form the thought. So then what we have to do is do some investigation about the sensors. So what is a sensor? So what are the sensors basically we have? Eye, ear, nose, throat, eye, ear, nose, skin, and tongue. Those are the main 5 senses we have. So if you take the eye, so how this eye gets formed? Is it the eye that we are referring to, the eyeball that we can see externally, or the process of vision? So we have to be very Are we? So we are referring the I. So we are talking here as I for the process of seeing. It is a process. Process of seeing is the I here. So people collectively say we can see outside, and also people say reptiles can't see in the daytime, but they can see in the night time. So that means their vision, if you take the reptiles, so their vision get created at the night time. In contrast to that, humans, within humans, the vision gets created in the daytime. But the process of the faculty is being created is called the vision. So that is in this case, so we are referring to the we are referring the process of seeing as the eye. So even though we have the external eye, a muscular eyeball and everything, and nervous systems and all those things, if you can't see, so we can't say that his eye is functioning. No, his eye is not functioning because the faculty is not functioning. The process is not happening in that particular external eyeball. So in the absence of, as you can see here, so as you can understand, there are two things here. One is the external anatomy and what you can see externally, and the internal process. The process is the vision. So in same way, all the other sensors also have these kind of two things: external earlobes, eardrum, and the tympanic membrane, and all the other sensory neurons will be there connected to the external ear. But hearing is something else. Hearing is the functionality of the ear. And also this it is similar to the taste. The feeling of taste is something different. But the external representation, external organ is the tongue. So likewise, so we can't say just by presence of the external sensor does not mean that that particular animal has the vision, has the ability to see. Or the other way around is also true. Absence of a particular sensor, external sensor, that does not imply that that particular animal has not that visual capabilities. So if you so the functionality of the sensors are different from the sensors that you see that you can see externally. So in the Buddhism, in the Buddhism, so we are basically talking about the functional part, the functional part. So that's why we call them faculties. They are like factories, they are like industries, industrial zones. So in that particular industrial zone, it makes something to be visualized. For that we call the eye. In certain industrial zone, it is allocated for hearing or producing sound. For that zone, we call it is our ear sensor. So without an external ear sensor, there might be animals who can hear sounds. So we can't say that the animals, every animal should have a external kind of a ear to hear the sounds. Maybe they create the sound through their skin sensor. We don't know. The sensor is different from its manufacturing process. So in Buddhism, basically we are talking about this manufacturing process, the creation, how this sound gets created, how this light get created, how this tactile sensation get created, how these thoughts get created, how this taste sensation get created. So it is the most critical thing that we have to analyze and see. So in that case, Lord Buddha said, it is created due to some kind of a vibration. If there is a vibration in that particular, in one particular place, if it resonates with similar kind of vibration, irrespective of the place where it is, that means it can see that particular object. That means it can taste that particular taste. That means it can hear that particular sound. So it is called the samanantara, or the telepathization, or the resonance. So it is basically a very scientific thing. Nowadays, scientists have found out with the quantum entanglement, they found out if you keep apart two different particles, so which have same origin, so they behave more or less in similar way, even they kept apart for so many light years. So irrespective of the distance they have in between, they behave in similar way. So that is the samanantara, or that is the telepathization. So with that, nowadays scientists have found out that teleportation is also possible, because if you make some change in one particle, the other particle behave, the opposite behavior can be observed in the other particle. So it is the quantum entanglement. So same thing has been explained by Lord Buddha 2500 years back. The same way we can, the vision get created. So we have to be very, we have to understand these things. So otherwise, if you jump from one to another without understanding these things very clearly, so there may be certain areas that we go and stuck. So we have to be very, these things have to be very clear for all of us. So the formation of faculties should be very clear. And then how these faculties come together and create one thought is also important to know. So then the collection of thoughts, how this collection of thoughts form the mind is also important. And this mind, how this mind represents the world is also very important. So it's like creating a huge building with small keeping small bricks on top of the one another. So bricks are the things that is created within these faculties. So the ultimate result is the huge building. Here the building is the illusion, world perception. So the mind, the Chitta Rupa. So if you believe this Chitta Rupa as real, it is the ignorance that you have. If you believe, that means if you feel that this illusion that has been made through these senses are real, then of course you tend to feel like the worldly perceptions are real. So then there is no way escaping from that thing, because you live in that world. You think that you are living that world, so you are also become the part of that world. So there is no way of escaping from that unless you understand the thought. So if you are able to understand the thought, then of course you tend to feel that there is the unrealistic nature of the thought. The understanding of the unrealistic nature of the thought will push you from this illusion, away from this illusion. So otherwise there is no way of getting out from this illusion. We have to understand how this illusion gets created. Then it will automatically happen. The liberation will automatically happen. So that is the expected internal transformation that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate. So there is another kind of a feeling without a self, without a self. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate to the entire world. So we have been dealing with the self from our birth. But so we have that feeling because we know father, mother, brother, daughter, son, all people are there, and I am living in this big house and I'm using this kind of a car. Likewise, we had that kind of feeling. But Lord Buddha said there's another kind of a feeling as well, without a self feeling. So, but unfortunately, we didn't know that. We haven't perceived it. Why? Why we haven't perceived it? Because we didn't know that we were in an illusion. Now, after hearing this Dhamma, we know, we get to know, we start knowing that there should be some kind of a feeling without a self here. Then we try to understand this Dhamma. Then, along with the understanding, the non-soul perception will automatically come. So it will take some time, that's all right. So that non-soul state of perception is the truth. For that we call the truth. So truth is not that should be learned, truth that should be felt. What is the truth? The non-soul perception. So, it is very difficult, I think, for a person who first time listen this Dhamma. But if you come and peacefully join these forums, and if you can contemplate more and more on this, so you will realize by yourself whether the message is true or not. So it has to be realized by yourself. So what Lord Buddha said is just conveying the message. There is some kind of a feeling other than what you usually felt. That is the non-soul perception. So in order to see, in order to feel that particular feeling, you have to follow this path. That is the way of Paticcasamuppada. So if you move along that path, you will definitely end up by perceiving that particular state. So that is the truth. That is the truth. So if you happen to feel that non-soul state, non-soul perception, that is the feeling of the truth. Truth is not something that you must know. You only know it. At the same time, you have to feel that truth. The truth is the non-soul state. So, yes, Dr. Akuntala, do you have anything to? Yeah, I can see Dr. Mrs. Lana is also here. So, yeah, Mr. Bernard also here.
Doctor, everyone. I was listening to your discussion, Doctor. I joined today after a long time. That's true, Doctor. We have to understand that the sense of creation, the faculties, it is as a they make an output. So that output we always feel as real. That's true, Doctor. The mind creation, without knowing the mind creation, you cannot analyze this what it is. It's an illusion. So this illusion make us the world. So we didn't know earlier that we are always dealing with the illusion. Now, at the starting point, Doctor, we should know how the mind is created. So that is the very important thing. Anyone who is willing to understand your world, your thoughts, that is the most important thing to understand. So even we know this, doctor, it's very hard to get rid of the mind. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once we understand, it is, we have to practice over and over again. That means we have to see the reality of the thought every time. So sometimes when we make more effort, even we might get another failure, because too much effort also make us another situation. So therefore we have to understand patiently how the mind is creating and how the thoughts, and we are the point that we cannot understand. The listening dhamma is really important. So these days also, even some short videos I have heard, Aran was always emphasizing, you have to understand your thoughts and how the thoughts are creating and where you are. So that is the thing, doctor. It is a critical thing. I can, even though we are trying to understand, always when you think of your thoughts, so after a while we understood, we can understand. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have to take time. You have to be very patiently to understand this Dhamma. Too much hurry also we get into trouble. So knowledge, we must have a knowledge, but in practical side, we have to put that knowledge into a practical, as a practical aspect. That is the most critical thing. So it doesn't matter. I can, I have to say. So it takes time, doctor. Even though it may long time, it doesn't matter. You have to see how your thoughts are creating and where's the illusion you are always dealing with your day-to-day activities, doctor. That's what I wanted to say, doctor.
Yes. Yes, I think, Lana, if you understand this illusion here without any doubt in it, so even though people come and tell, no, this is not an illusion that you are living and so on, so it you can't change, because you know it's for sure that you are living in an illusion. The illusion has been made through your own senses. So senses are the main things that are responsible for creating this illusion for us. So if it is a creation, if it is not real, so why should we bother about these things? So will there be a person to be bother about it? So I so earlier, previously, I felt like I'm the one who is dealing with everything. But now I tend to feel, so all these things are creation of the senses. So other than the sensor creations, we don't perceive anything beyond that. So senses are the main culprit for bringing about all these things, isn't it? Larana.
Yes, doctor. Yes, true, doctor. The most critical thing is to understand the mind sensor. So sometimes we think we are away from the mind. No, doctor. It's very that means very deep concept. It's there, doctor. So when you are free of your mind, that experience you can you are having. So it is not permanent even, doctor. It comes time to time according to your understanding, according to your way of practicing this dhamma. It comes, doctor. So it doesn't matter. So we have to go on this path very carefully, doctor. Even though we know somehow the knowledge will get trapped to go on this path, doctor. No knowledge become a The too much knowledge also become trouble for this, because we think that is true. Yes, yeah, I'm not going into that deep in that thought. That is also a thought, doctor.
Yes, yes, you are correct. Yes, I
When
think.
you're thinking, I'm right, I'm correct, I'm going the correct path, that is also a mind sensor says us.
So we tend to believe that sense in that
Yeah,
case.
yeah, that is the thing. Yes, doctor. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
it is very, very careful. We have to be very careful. So when you are free from your mind, it comes automatically. That feel comes automatically. No need to think at all. No thoughts at
Yeah, yeah. Whatever the thought comes, just what you have to do is
all.
just let everything go, isn't it?
Just
So
yes. Let it go. Let it go.
let it go.
When you recognize it as a thought, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
need to think too much of that, doctor. We have
Yes.
done this. That mistake, doctor. I also did many times. Because I have a hunger to find this to Dhamma. That's what I had that trouble. Ranasa corrected me many times, doctor. Can you understand, doctor, what I'm telling?
Yes, yes,
I think
yes.
Dr. Sakuntala also got the meaning of that. If there is anything add to that, doctor, you can add some more points to that, doctor.
No, I think both of you did a sort of complete discussion, like, no, from the, as you said, that mind sensor is the one which is sort of behaving in a very bizarre way and very difficult to understand, and it's very difficult to get convinced that it is also part of that system, part of that automatic sequelae of actions. So you very correctly indicated that.
Yes, doctor. Theran Saranai.
Since I think we have come to the, I can see Sudharma, and Sudharma also has joined. Would you like to add anything, Sudharma?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai. There are some noises outside, doctor. I don't know with the sound quality. Do you still hear, or is it a disturbing kind of?
Yeah, we can hear the sound. Yes, maybe you can make a short comment.
Yes. Yeah, I was listening to your presentations from time to time, doctor. Yes, you all were discussing as usual how this illusionary world is created and how we get entangled in that. And as Miss Lalana pointed out, and Dr. Ravi also pointed out, this culprit is the mind sensor. So that's why Aryan Mahanse always warns us and tells that you need to understand the complete mechanism and how this mind power is created. So that is how we get the existence feel, and it's the sound is also getting worse. Dr. Sakuntala, I think it's better to let you go ahead. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you for the contribution. I think we have come to the end of the time which is allocated for this Zoom. Shall we conclude, Dr. Ravi? Okay, I think there was Sanai. He must be busy with something. Since we have come to the end of the time allocated for us, we will conclude today, and Terwa Sarnayar and Nohasa give us a permission to conclude. And thank you all Dhamma friends who contributed, Dr. Ravi, Mr. Justin Bernard, Shani, and Sudharma and Lalana, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, thank you for the contribution. Thank you all Dhamma friends.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ගරු සමෘතලා තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්ය මහස තෙරුවන් සරණයි all.
Good morning, everyone. Therwan Sarnai Sir. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. We'll start with the book, The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 21, paragraph number 2. Then what we see outside is all a lie, an illusion, isn't it? Things don't exist anywhere, does it? All what we think does not exist anywhere. The different languages have different sounds. The language itself is a thought. Now, does the language exist? They are all an illusion. This illusion can be realized or understood only by having awareness. A very small baby has awareness. A very small baby does not have any thoughts about what things are. He does not have any thoughts about sounds or thoughts about images. He has only an awareness. This awareness is the pure truth, or also known as Parama Satya. Aryan Mahansa. Ma'am, you asked me to explain Ajata Bahita. When we say that someone has arrived at the state of Sotapanna or stream entry, it means that you have realized that the outside world does not exist. They have realized that the world outside is only a thought. This state of wisdom is called Sotapanna Bhumiya, stream entry. Then Anusotaya means you accept the world outside as the reality, and this state of mind is called Pruthajjana Bhumi, conventional or ignorant position. When you have realized that the outside is not the truth and that you are at a level of wisdom of Sotapanna, it means that you are on the right path. Now we will see what one has to do when one has already developed the wisdom to a state of an anagami, never return nor further birth. We mentioned earlier in this discussion that if there isn't a book, then I don't exist. The one with the wisdom of an anagami looks at the world without an I concept in what he sees. He looks at the world with an emptiness. He does not give any value to any of the thoughts. If he sees a thing, he knows that it is only a sound and a color. If the stimulus, Aramuna, is a book, and if it becomes real to you, then you are there. Then there is you, the observer. The Buddha said, Etang Mama. It means I who sees it, the one with the wisdom of Anagami, looks at the book without giving any value to it, as he knows that is an illusion. Then there is no I concept in it. It is only an awareness. This is the deepest point of wisdom. If you feel that the table, the book, the bed, all these exist to you, that itself is the I concept, your feeling of being alive.
The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. The table is a thought. The book is a thought. The bed is a thought. The thought arises and ceases at every moment. The thought is born and it dies off immediately. Our body does not die. It is the thought or mind that dies. When we stop breathing, that means the mind has stopped igniting sparks. The mind has stopped generating thoughts. That is when our body is buried in the ground. Please think about this. In this moment, when we think of me or I, isn't it only a thought? Upasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Master. If I cut off my finger, have I really cut off a finger of mine? No, the cutting of a finger is only a thought. Now, if I amputate my leg, it is only a thought that I amputated my leg. Then I amputate my other leg. Again, the knowing that I cut off both my legs is only another thought. Then I cut off both my arms. It is only a thought that makes me think that cut off both of my arms. Everyone,
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
you reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh. May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
morning, everybody. So, good morning, everybody. Sunday, Sunday, welcome, friends. So, let's start our morning 1 hour Dhamma discourse. So, right now, if you observe what is actually here, a sound, a sensation, a thought appearing. That's all. Only this moment. There's no past here, no future is here. Only right now. This moment. It's very simple, immediate. Now, let's look gently about past. What is actually the past? We call past. I'm thinking about past. Oh, I got a memory, past memory. So, whatever we call it, it is actually happening at this moment. Is a thought appearing. Now, right now. Just a thought. We didn't go to the past. No, the past didn't come to this moment. It's just a thought about past. Occurred in this moment. So let's take an example. Something that happened yesterday. Where is it? Can we actually experience it? Is it here right now? Or is it just only the thought about it is here? But this past, it feels real. Like we are actually experience in the past, but in reality, it is recreated in this present moment by a thought. But since we take thoughts as real, as the truth, as the reality, they have more power, which means it feels more real. Let's say we get a sad feeling and it's very strong one. So even right now, when we think about it, because it has more power, we strongly felt it. It's like we are thinking about the past. That past came itself to this moment and we suffer like that. But in reality, it's just a thought created at this moment. If that thought was never created, there's no suffering here. Because past didn't come from that to this moment. That thought created itself in this moment. It's really hard to figure out. Because when the thought is powerful enough, we just suffer. We don't know this is not even the past. It happens immediately. Likewise, the future. Same with future. If we think about future, what is future? It's basically an imagination, a projection. For example, what will happen? Where is it? So whatever we are thinking about, it's not here. We cannot experience it ourselves from any other senses, only from this mind senses. It's just only a thought created right at this moment. We didn't go to future, we didn't travel to future. Future didn't come itself to this moment as it's just a thought. We are always creating thoughts and we are the ones labeling those as past or future. But whatever happens is, whatever we're doing in this present moment is, we create thoughts. And then we divide thoughts as future or present. But the future or past, nothing came from that moment to this moment. It's just a thought created at this moment and name labeled as think that thought as a future or past. So how time is formed. Now comes something powerful. From thoughts we create past, from thoughts we create future. Then we combine and we create time. So now we have past, we have present, and we have future, which creates time, continuous time. But if we observe carefully, we'll notice whatever whatever thought it is, past or future or present, they are just created at this right exact this moment. It didn't come from anywhere else, right at this moment. Like we imagine creates the future thoughts. Like even though they are not real, we never know about the future. But we create thoughts. And we believe that that's the truth, that's the real. Likewise the past. We create it. We don't even remember exactly what happened, but we recreated something. A thought. And we think that is the exact past, but it's not. It's a recreation. So with those thoughts, we create this continuous time. But whatever actually happens is thoughts are generated, occurred, and ceased. That's it. We are the ones labeling those thoughts as past or future or present. But the only thing happening is thoughts are happening same way they don't. There's nothing different whether it's past or future, it's just a thought. There's no difference there. Just the mind sensor creating sense thought. But from our thoughts, from our mind, we label them as future, past, or present. We take them, we divide them as the future, past, or present. So with this imaginary time, there is this continuity, alive, a story moving. But if you can, if you're able to look closely, observe closely, you will notice all happening right at this moment, right now. Whatever thought it is, it's just a thought occurring right at this moment. Later we label it as a past or future. It's not actually the past or future. Just a thought occurred and is right at this moment. That label that whether it's past or future is added by us. We think we are experiencing the past, but in reality, if you observe carefully, you will notice, is it really the past? Did what this thought says really happened? Maybe some details are missing, maybe we have added some things. Because it's actually not the past, it's a thought that created right at this moment. It has things that really never even happened. But we believe it's the past. We are memorizing something, but it's actually not. We never get the same exact moment with it. It's just a thought. We think it's the exact same exact past event we are thinking about, but it's not. You have to observe it carefully, then you will notice that. So, not only this time, with this time, whatever we taken as real from outside, there is this self inside here on the other side. So when we take the time as reality, as the truth, there is a self appears here. Now the self appears in time. So now there is a person who experienced things. I was there in that past, and I'm here right in this present moment, and I will be in that future, in that event, doing that thing. So now, with that time, there is this continuity, continuous identity, or continuous self. We believe that this self came from the memory, and when you think about future, projected into future. That's why we have plans, we have goals, we have visions, because we believe there was a past self, a self that experienced everything, and that likewise that self will experience the future. But actually, what really happens is only thoughts appearing right at this moment. So now let's dive deeper. This time is actually not real, a physical clock time. We never find it, but it's more for time created by the mind, by thoughts. It's also an illusion because, like I said, we only create thoughts and we divide those thoughts as this is past, this is future, but they are the same thought occurring right at this moment and ceasing. So, with that illusory time, we create more thoughts because now we have taken as a thought as the real, as the truth. So now we believe in time. We make more thoughts. I will be happy later. I need to become something. I'm going to achieve this thing. I'm going to achieve that thing. So this creates the struggle because it moves away from now. We always, in our thought, in our mind, we think we are thinking about future, we are thinking about past, but actually what really happened was they are just thoughts and we are stuck, driven by thoughts. In our mind, not in reality. If he comes to this real moment, he will live in this real moment, not stuck in mind, not stuck between thoughts. So when we are not living in this moment, it creates struggle. Because we are always not living in this moment. So how this suffering takes time. Look close. We think we are thinking about past, and in those thoughts, there are things that we don't as we regret. Likewise, about the future, there are things we are worried about. And we have anxiety. We get anxious about the future. So without this past or future thought, so without these thoughts, just present experience right now. We're not driven by the thoughts then. We're just living in this moment. So now something softer. Let's say when thought slows and when we see the truth of these thoughts, whether it's past or future, this time, these thoughts, we're not driven by thoughts. This power those thoughts have slowly reducing because they are not believed as the reality anymore. So when thought slows down, time also softens. We don't take time as serious matter. So then what remains? What remains is only this moment. There's no story, no becoming, no more thoughts, not just simple light thoughts, but heavy thoughts taken as the truth, as the past, as the future. Just this moment remains. Just what it is. So it's always thoughts arising, whether it's past, whether it's future, whether we feel as a memory, a real thing from past. We felt as something real. Same was with the future, a possibility, a goal, a plan, felt as something really coming, a thing. But in between these, it's just thoughts right at this moment occurring. Didn't come from the past, didn't come from the future, just created right at this moment, just occurred at this moment. So if we believe that we've taken those thoughts as these are really past, these are really future, then the time, this illusory time also appears. So now there is this continuous time, a continuous life unfolding, a self moving through it. But all of it is just appear now and disappearing now. Not came from past, not came from future. No past outside thought, no future outside thought. Only a thought right at this moment. Very simple. It's timeless moment. But we are the one linking a time to that thought and taken it as the truth, as the reality. It's not just simply linking the past or future to that thought. It has that strong feeling. It really feels as the truth, as the reality. But if you see through these thoughts, if we see it clearly, we realize it's this only this simple timeless moment. Not by knowledge, but when you see it yourself, when you experience it yourself, when this is seen deeply, quietly, this moment of becoming slows. This weight of time softens. What we take as truth, as reality, this thoughts, this past, this future is reducing, slowly getting reduced. And then what remains is just this still, open, present reality as it is. So whatever we feel, whatever we take as reality, if we feel it as a thing, a real thing existing outside, on the other side there is this self who experience likewise the time. When we taken it as the reality, there is this person, a self, who's experiencing. who's living through it, lives herself in the past and this present moment, and that person will experience the future. But if we experience, if we if we can really experience this illusion as illusion, so right now we can feel something missing, maybe a sound, maybe a sensation, maybe a simple presence, just a sense of contact. So before a thought comes and label or interpret a sense of contact, there's nothing there, just a sense of contact. But once this thought comes, it gets complicated. Before thought, there's no inside there, there's no outside there, there's no self here actually. Just a raw, simple experience. Then the thought moves, and immediately me and what I experience. That's how we feel. There is this self, and this is what I experience. First split appears with that thought. There's subject and there's object. But if you look carefully, did that self and this outside, did that division exist before that thought? Or was it created? Stay with that. You can try to observe it right now. Let's say you hear something. It's just a hearing occurring. Before you think it's a bird or squirrel or anything, just a hearing occurring. And in that hearing, can you really separate outside or inside? Just a hearing occurring, just a sound. Where is the inside? Where is the outside? In that mere sound. Before we label it as a bird, as a squirrel, if we label it as squirrel, then here the outside, and this is the person who's experiencing that. But before that, just in that sound, can we really differentiate inside and outside? Or it's just a sound. You can observe it yourself, whether it's vision or hearing or anything. Even we see something, this vision occurring. In this vision, can you really separate inside and outside? How can you separate the inside and the outside? Just a vision occurring. How can there be a outside and inside? It's basically like a picture. Can we separate inside and outside in a picture, inside a picture? But once the thought comes, it creates this illusionary inside and outside. So when a sensation appears, before thought, it's just a feeling, a vibration, just a seeing occurring, just a vision occurring. But then suddenly the thought says, this is an animal, a squirrel, a bird, a person, a book, a chair, and body outside. Whatever it is, it's a thought. Whatever word we say, it's a thought. So now everything is divided inside and outside. Me who experienced this here and there. But right now you can observe. You see some picture. You see something, a scene occurring. But can you really separate here and there in it? Or is just you thinking here and there? That is there and this right somewhere here, it's here. That's how basically we are mentally separating this sense of content. We cannot do it. There is no clear line. This is right up from on that here. This is the inside. This is the outside. We never can do that. We always doing this illusionary line, but we cannot see that clearly because it's not the real. It's not the truth. So this division is created by naming, by labeling. Without thought, without this naming, there is no clear boundary. Just flow, just seeing occurring, just hearing occurring. And the thing is, it's really hard to notice because it happens so fast. Let's see how fast this happens. A sound appears, and instantly, this mind works. What is that? Where is it? Should I animal? Is that animal? Is that a threat? Hundreds of thoughts coming. In a less than a second, the whole world is formed. A location, a meaning, a reaction, whatever it is linked with, related with, comes to this moment. And not only just about it, there is this illusory self on the other side. In that situation, this illusory self, this me, is the one who's experiencing, reacting, doing things. So now it's not just happening once, it's happening for everything. First we take it something as a squirrel and there's this self, and then we think about a chair and there's this self, and everything goes like that. This loop, there's this loop. When we keep using it, it gets strengthened, more strength. Now the loop, thought creates world feels real. There's this self here who reacts, who experiences it, and with that more thoughts arises. Now we are stuck in this illusion. But is it really outside? Is it really there? Is it really existing? No. It's something that mind created with thoughts. Because those thoughts has power, because they're very powerful, we feel as if they are the real, the truth. That's why it's hard to get away from this illusion. Because we're stuck in it. This structure becomes solid when we repeatedly use it. When it repeated again and again, that's outside, this is inside, that's outside, this is me who experience it. When it's repeated again and again, faster and faster, it starts to become solid. Now it comes naturally. We don't even have to think. It feels like we know it. It is the truth, it is true, but it is an illusion. But no, just pause. Right now, before that next thought is complete, can you see the tiny moment? Every experience is still untouched. Before labeling it, before naming, before interpreting it, just only this sound, or this vision, or taste, or smell, or touch. Just some vibration, just a vibration, just a sense of connection. That's it. That very simple. But it gets complicated when we try to label it, name it, interpret it, and this inner mind thoughts start to be divided. There's a self now, there's inside and outside now. On top of that, all of these feel real. No matter how this illusion feels true as real, it is an illusion. It's not the reality, it is not the truth. So it's always the sensation appears first before it becomes the body. A sound appears before it becomes something out there, a thing outside. A thought begins before it becomes my thinking. And in that tiny space, there's no inside, no outside, no center, no me, no self-feeling. Only this raw experience, unbroken, undivided, happening, just occurring and ceasing as it is. There is nothing complicated there. Just simple, very light. Then the thought moves. It splits inside and outside. and it names thoughts, label, build a whole imaginary world with them. Not only that, it creates a self, who's experiencing all of these, that world, that outside world. And this whole structure appears again and again to every sense of contact. Okay. That's what happens. That's what people are unable to see. But once you see it, not just as an idea, if it's idea, then it becomes another thought. But if you see it yourself, experience it yourself as actually a living process, and once seen, even if it continues, but at once, only at once, at least once, know something is different. Everything is less solid, less heavy, and more transparent. You can see it yourself. You just need to carefully observe it. Right now, don't follow thoughts. Instead, watch the very start of one, not fully formed it, just a moment before words complete, before words complete, before this world is created. Experience a sense of content, a sound wave, a vibration. Is there a name or labeling that, or just the sound occurring and facing? When that unfinished is, you'll notice that is where this creation starts. Now watch closely for that sound, a thought sound. A squirrel. We label it, we name it, we taken it as strong. And with that strong name of exactly there is the squirrel there, and making this sound. This whole thing, this whole story was now created in our mind, in our thoughts. Because nothing said by that sound. It's just occurrence. There's no story in it. This mind created this whole story to this sound. And not only that, watch closely, observe closely. With that thought, with that squirrel, there is suddenly an insight. A person, a me, a self who is experiencing that squirrel. This self is the one who's hearing that squirrel. If we try to carefully experiment with yourself, observe it yourself, you will notice how these sense contacts are very simple and how they get complicated eventually with these thoughts. How much power we give to this thought, how much feel it's real. Like we are really unable to like separate this sense of contact and the thought. We think this sense of contact itself is the thought. When the sound hurt, we just don't hear a sound. We hear the squirrel. It comes instantly. But when we keep noticing it, this process will notice it. We can slow it down and start to notice it. You have to observe carefully. So when there's this self who's experiencing that outside, it's like I am listening, I am thinking, I am hearing. But look carefully. That me, that self inside, is also came from that thought. It's not outside. It came from that thought, with that thought. It didn't come from the sound. There's no story, nothing in the sound. This mind is the one who's creating and adding and creating this whole illusory world around that sound, that's in the contact. We are the ones who are thinking that's just good. And when we feel it's very slow, there is this self who is taking that squirrel as the truth, as the reality. If there is no stronger thought like that, then there is no self in this side also. So just simple experience was only there. Now don't let thoughts complete fully. Don't try to push them away yourself. Just don't continue them. Or just don't take them as the reality. Because we cannot stop thoughts. But we can understand this down and we can see this thought unafraid and let that power of those thoughts fade by themselves. And with that, there's no stronger belief in thoughts anymore. There's no that real feeling. They are actually existing there. With that, the self also slowly reducing its power from this side. Because this self and that outside both came at once with that thought. So both of them are linked. Whatever we call outside as what we take as real outside is this self. So when one reduces power, the other also reduces. It's away. We cannot stop thoughts because that's a mind sensor, that's how it works. But now we don't believe them. Now we don't take them as the truth. So now they don't have a power anymore. They come like clouds in the sky, but they are not taken as the real. So they fade away. They pass away. So what remains is no clear stone, no solid work, just a system working, just no outside, no time, no self, no power in it, but everything is happening. Every sense of contact is happening. Thoughts are occurring. But They are not taken as the truth. There is no illusory world. We are trapped in anymore. Just a system working. Nothing solid. Just simple, silent, alive. So we'll end up with some discourse from today. There was only a purpose.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aran Mahansa at his feet. Therwa Sarnai Aran Mahansa. And we are very grateful for all the guidance and supervision and teaching that you are doing for us, showing our path. I thank my friend, Dhamma friend, who just finished a session as a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is nine name, 11 name sermon in English medium. You know that this Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom is being conducted round the clock. So from whatever the corner that you are living in this world, you can join the Zoom discussion. You can hear Dhamma facts from various speakers. And if you have a doubt about any of these, any point that was not clear for you, you can join the discussion from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day Sri Lankan time to get those facts clarified. Sometimes Saran Mahansi also joins these discussions. And some of the speakers are joining. So definitely a justice can be done to your doubt. And if there is a problem, always we can get it clarified from Aryan Hanse. We know Buddhism is based on no self. There has never been a self. And no self is going to exist in future. No self is there at the present time. You divide the time to past, present, and future. If you feel a stimulus is real or if the stimulus is true. If it is not true, that means it's happening right at this moment here. So here and now is the basic fact in this Buddhist teaching. Every component of Buddhism can be applied to this present moment. If you do not recognize that as the present moment, if you feel that the stimulus is true, then you have a past, present, and future, the three time frames. Supposing you take the coconut tree. If the coconut tree is real, if your understanding, if the understanding of the system is coconut tree as real, sorry. So if the coconut tree is existing, whatever is existing, there's an existing self also. existing coconut tree means, in other words, existing myself. So the perception of existence means perception of myself. So if the house is real, or if the house is existing, perceiver myself is also there. And I am the one who want to maintain it. I am the one who want to enjoy it. I am the one who want to improve it. So the self is actually a projection of the feeling of the self-existence. So if the coconut tree is true to you, it was there even yesterday. Maybe for the last 10 years, the coconut tree was there as it is. And now you can see the coconut tree and it's going to be there maybe a few more years. But if you understand that coconut tree is just a creation of your mind at this moment, whatever the thoughts coming up to you are just some thoughts that are created right at this moment. You can't talk about an existing coconut tree. Now you might say that now you look at the coconut tree. Yes, there's a thought that is the perception of the eye, and perception of the perception of the eye is the only thing that you can talk about right now. But the rest of the perceptions, all the perceptions that you have about coconut tree and everything around that is created in your mind right now to complete the so-called essay about the coconut tree at this moment in the mind. It happens in a fraction of a second, whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not. And actually, that is no one's job. That is a nature's rule. That is Chitta Niyamaya. So right now, according to that sound called coconut tree, you got a picture in your mind. You got all the information, whatever you have about the coconut tree in the mind, completing the jigsaw puzzle. But for a person from a Western country who has seen a coconut tree only in a picture or on the TV or in YouTube channels, maybe we can say a person from uh, Greenland, Alaska, that sort of countries where you do not see coconut trees at all, and they haven't traveled out of their land either. Then such a person either will not have any idea about the coconut tree or will have very little perceptions about the coconut tree, something that has seen. But for you and me, people who live in the Asian countries, you have got a whole lot of perceptions about the coconut tree. And that goes without anything to do with your eye, anything to do with your ear, anything to do with your skin sensation, nothing to do with your skin sensation, nothing to do with your tongue, nothing to do with your eye, or nothing to do with your ear. You have a complete picture with all the information, all the perceptions about the coconut tree right now. So that was created at this fraction of second. Now you go around your house and then come back to this place again. You see the coconut tree again. Now, if somebody asks you, was the coconut tree when you left this place? You will say yes. How do you know? I think that's the answer. You think that the coconut tree was persisting or existing in this place when you were not experiencing that also. That is a thought, isn't it? But can you say anything about that you are uh, not experiencing via any of your senses? The mind didn't have a persisting coconut tree, but you think that the coconut tree is there in your mind, isn't it? What was experienced earlier was a thought at that moment. And you go around the house and then come back and then just see the coconut tree again. That is a fresh thought. The coconut tree is born again in your mind at that fraction of second. In between, there was no coconut tree in your mind, but you think that it was there in your mind. But you think that it was physically there outside at that moment. You never know. You can't say no also. You can't say yes also, isn't it? You can't say yes because you didn't have any uh, perception to the any of the five senses in between. In between these two watchings, you had no perceptions to the senses about the coconut tree. So you can't say definitely the coconut tree is there, but you think the thought is there. The thought you think that it is there, it was there. Isn't that how we grasp the whole world? We experience the world only then and there. And at that time, if something is experienced, but we assume or we think that it persisted throughout. How did you get this persistence type, that persisting perception? That is because of the current of that thought. The thoughts are powerful because there's a current always running underneath, which is explained by the sasava nature or the formless level. That is a current which has been running underneath from the zygote level. And that has become very powerful by the time that the thought coconut tree has formed. Because of the repetition, because of the fast repetition, the current is aggregated or current is combined to form a stronger current. When the current is stronger, the system feels that thought is true, thought is really existing. So now you have an existing coconut tree. Actually speaking, that was instantly something that was constructed. And the next fraction of second, the coconut tree is no more there. Something else is constructed. So you can't say no also because you can see the coconut tree again. You can't say yes again because in between you don't know whether it was there or not. This is something created at the eye level. So this is something that these type of things you have to work out and see how you can match these facts that we are explaining. So we know that if the thought is felt as real, you can talk about the three time frames, the past, present, and the future. If you know that everything is a creation right at this moment, in this fraction of second, then you can't, there's no point of talking about the past, present, and the future. That is also another thought which came up at this moment only. And also, if the stimulus is real to you, we can take the same example, the coconut tree. There are so many other explanations or other criteria added to that. It might be something like nice looking one, or it may not be looking very attractive either. It may be something far away or very close to you. It may be something which is sort of rough looking or very fine looking. So these are some of the things, some of the projections that come up when a particular stimulus is felt as true. But all those things collapses right at that moment if you feel that uh, everything is happening at this moment in this fraction of second. Then the things become more convenient and more easy to understand, isn't it? But we have been having this habit of taking everything as true. We feel that they are lasting, they are persistent. That feeling comes because of that power in that stimulus. The current, the thought is very powerful. So that power, like a battery operated toy, because of that power, the feeling of existence comes. This happens over and over again, happening it over some time, over a long time. And we know that it's not the end when when it is felt that this is real, the perceiver or the person who experienced the realness is also there. So that is yourself or myself. In other words, that current, that heaviness is the one which is named as myself. So this is the story about the mind. We know that mind is not something static. Mind is something that we call a rapid flow of thoughts. And the thought about the coconut tree has maybe millions of thoughts in that combined to give you the feel that there's an existing coconut tree and existing myself. That is a self-perception, and then existence, perception of existence, and the self-perception. So this is the main reason for all these defilements or all these sufferings or sorrow. Because you know that suffering, as long as you live, so as long as you are born, suffering is always tagged to that. You can't escape from the suffering while living. Living means vibrations. The world means vibrations. So where the non-vibration is, that is what is called nirvana. So these vibrations has come to a level of zero for you to feel, for the system to feel that there is something called a non-vibration also. As long as you are vibrating, you can't feel it. As long as you feel that continuous power within you, within the system, you can't think about experiencing the non-vibration. It's interesting sometimes the way that the mind is behaving, how the thoughts are coming, how the thoughts are flooded. There's no way of controlling this process. We know that mind faculty also functions as the other 5 faculties. There's no difference at all. And the only difference is that It depends on the other five sense faculties for its survival. But without the mind faculty, we cannot have any specification, explanation, or identification of the stimulus. That is what happened at the radiant mind at the little baby's level, where the baby has no thoughts, but the sensor functions are there, perceptions are there. So there will be kind of separate experiences. The baby will see, hear, feel the taste, smell, and the skin sensation, but no description, no identification. For you to be able to identify, the thoughts have to start forming. Thoughts will start forming beyond a particular age. It's actually not a sort of sharp line that you can draw between these two levels. It's an insidious process, gradual process where the baby's on the feel side, and gradually the thoughts will start forming. So with time, the feel side will be completely covered. That means experiencing as the light or the shape, experiencing as the sound, experiencing as a taste, smell, and experiencing as a skin sensation, which includes the warmth, solidity, liquidity, and airiness. Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. Those are the four things, four aspects that can be recognized by the human skin. So this has to be vibrated, and then vibrations should combine together to form the thoughts. And only that level you can talk about the ashrava or the defilements. Without forming the thoughts, actually, you can't understand Dhamma either. So you need the thoughts to liberate from the mind. That is why Aranvasi says that if a baby with radiant mind dies, baby is not going to attain nirvana, because the hidden power is underneath there, which is the sasava nature, which is the current that was telepathized originally to the zygote. And we know that that current which was telepathized to the zygote is shared by every cell which divide and form into the fetus, and now it is to the child. So in other words, every cell of this body has that ability to vibrate according to that. So the sasava nature is a dormant type of current which initially became telepathized to the zygote. And when the child grows up, when the senses are functioning, then this is manifested. It comes to the surface. Actually, talking about the defilements, there are 4 levels of the defilements, and we learned that that is actually there right from the beginning, from the zygote level, in different levels. The karmashrava means the defilements of craving. Bhavashrava means the defilement of existence. Dittashrava means the defilement of feeling self, and avijjashrava means the defilement of defilement of uh, ignorance, avijja. So actually, these are being built up from the zygote level, but they are not manifested. The manifestation occurs when the child is a little older, when the child has the ability to form the thoughts. This formation of the thoughts occur uh, maybe around 1.5 years, and gradually there's a very fast catching up with the words and the language. So that is a part of the natural process. And uh, when the thoughts are created, when the baby feels that the thought is alive or thought is real, that is the point where Lord Buddha explained as jati or the birth. We know that the birth at the physical level is not considered as the birth of the jati in Buddhist teaching, because this teaching about this jati is much more deeper than uh, what is understood in the mundane world. So, jati means the birth of a thing, birth of a stimulus, which is true, which is taken as true. And what is tagged with jati? With the jati, the death is tagged. Jati marana. So if somebody is born, there should be a death at some point. And you can also add the word jara in between. That means the birth, decaying or decaying or degenerating, and then death. This happens in each and every thought at that fraction of second. So it is not the death that we talk about, which happens at the end of the living. So this death, decay, and birth, this sequence called the birth, decay, and death is something that happening every fraction of second. So if it is happening at every fraction of second, do you have to worry about the death that will happen to this physical body after some years? No. We are being born and dying every fraction of second. So it was not something new that shouldn't disturb us. So that is one point that I wanted to bring up. So once the thoughts are formed, it becomes more and more established. And we know that when the thoughts are formed, uh, the world becomes more and more real. Now the world is true to you, isn't it? It's not only the coconut tree. Everything around you or every stimulus that is experienced is true to you. And whenever the world is true, the the opposite side of that, like the opposite side of the coin, it is a self. So that is how the world and the self is created. As long as there is a real world there, whatever the experience which is there is projected to outside. Because of him, I am very sad. Because of her, I am very happy. Because of my children, I am very happy. Because of my grandchild, I am very sad. I feel very upset. I am disturbed. Now, this is what happens when the world is real, isn't it? When the world is real, everything is projected outside. So the existing world and existing myself, hand in hand, goes forward. And we think that we are living in this world and we experience good things as well as bad things. We go through difficult times, we go through fine, nice times. So that is a life. That is the impression that we had. Even though as Buddhists we have heard these important sentences disclosed by Lord Buddha, but actually we didn't understand them. Also, maybe we didn't take it seriously. We didn't know the depth of it. So now you and me are very fortunate. We have got our noble friend who is explaining it up to the last sentence. It's beautiful Dhamma, because when you understand these things very clearly, what do you lose? You are not losing your ability to see it as a coconut tree. You are not losing your ability to touch and feel it as a coconut tree. What is lost is that the fire which is of varying degree, which comes up with the stimulus, maybe coconut tree, whatever the stimulus you want to take. So actually speaking, now we can't go back to the radiant mind. Now we can't experience the coconut tree as a light to the eye, as a sound to the ear, as a touch sensation to the skin. Now straight away what comes is the coconut tree as a thought. So what happens when you understand Dhamma? The person who is giving judgments about coconut tree on this side is going to vanish. So you will experience the stimulus in the same way, and that experience is not going to change, but the perceiver or the experiencer on this side is going to dissolve little by little. As long as the senses are functioning, the perceptions will take place. You will see and hear and be able to touch the coconut tree in the same way. You will be able to taste the coconut products, but the person who enjoyed that is no more there. It's something like that. As long as a petrol is there in the vehicle, the vehicle will move forward. But at some point, when the fuel is over, because you are not pumping any more new fuel, the vehicle will come to an end. That is the end of your physical body. So this is the story of the self. So self is something that is felt, isn't it? But actually, in that feel, in that perception, there's no real person there. Like we have heard that there is no real light in the light perception. There is no real sound in the sound perception. There is no real smell in the smell perception. There is no real taste in the taste perception. There is no real warmth or cold or feeling of solidity, liquidity, and airiness in that perception of the skin. How come? How does it happen like that? It's a speed always. We have been talking about the speed. So because of the speed, something is created to look like that. So the light perception, actually, light is created due to the speed. So that is why it says that there is no real light in the light perception. If the speed wasn't there, if the speed was excluded, you can't feel a light, you can't experience a light. If the speed was not there, you can't experience a sound. Similarly, the other three, all five senses are like that. Not only that, even the thought, the final product of that, either banana tree, coconut tree, whatever the stimulus you had. That is also a collection of fast vibration. We know that the vibrations of the five senses combine to form a different type of vibration. But that is a single vibration again. Now, for example, a food item, you can talk about all five senses functioning. But for something like a table or a chair, mostly it is three senses, that is the eye, ear, and the touch sensation. But for a food item, you can talk about all five senses coming into action. You can see the food, you can hear the sound, the crunching sound, or the sound that you give as a name, or maybe the taste, then the smell, and the texture, or the how it is felt. So all five combine to form the thought called a biscuit, or you can say a papadam, which is prevalent in most of the Asian countries. A deep fried, crunchy thing that is often eaten with rice. So those actually will have that crunchy sound is there, and the taste is there, smell is there, look or the picture is there, and then the texture, that crunchy feel is there. So all five senses combine together to form the thought called papadam or biscuit. As I said, when you talk about a table, mostly it is the three senses. So you don't talk about the smell and the taste. And all five senses may not have combined at the same time, isn't it? It may have happened stage-wise. Now, first of all, you may not have eaten a papadam, but you see it. You get the smell of it. Maybe you could touch it also at some stage. And on a later day, you had the chance of eating it. Then you know the taste of it, and sometimes the smell also. So like that, the perceptions can be added at different times. So depending on whether you had that perception or not, you have a complete or incomplete picture about it. For a very small child who has no idea about the papadam, it will be kind of experiment for the baby. If you give a piece of papadam, he will touch it. He's very curious to find out what it is. He will touch it, smell it, sometimes put a little piece into the mouth. Then he can get the taste, and also he feels that it is crispy. And now you give the word, you give the sound. Baby, this is papadam. Baby, this is papadam. Now the sound also comes up. Now it's complete. And then later on, you might show it, isn't it? You might show the baby a papadam. So that is a vibration of the eye. Baby, do you like papadam? Now that is a vibration of the eye only. Now, some babies might respond because the baby could get the complete picture telepathized right now. Someone will not get that complete picture telepathized. So that baby will show some indecisiveness whether to accept or not, because the baby can't remember. What do you mean by remembering? Remember means that thought, that experience that happened earlier did not telepathize here. So even if he was allowed to touch, even if he was allowed to taste, smell, all that, but the description called papadang is not coming. So those things, another baby might straight away remember what it is. Well, remember again, what I meant was that thought will telepathize here. So then the baby will indicate that baby wants to eat it. Even baby might repeat and say, "This is papadam. I want papadam." Now you can see that the thought is always a former construct at some stage. Actually, thought was not hiding somewhere. Thought is a repetition of something that happened at some stage earlier. So right now, when I say the word papadang, for the people who know it, see the mental picture that you get. You can even feel the smell, you can feel the taste, you can hear that crunchy sound, you can see it very clearly. But all those are perceptions, nothing real. All those are perceptions in your mind right now as a thought occurred at this fraction of second. But you heard the eardrum created only a sound, isn't it? Now, for some reason, if you didn't hear this sound, that means didn't hear the sound means you didn't have a vibration accordingly, isn't it? The vibration of my throat did not tally with the vibration in your ear. You may have heard some other sound, and you might say that I didn't hear. Yeah, that is because the vibrations did not become equal. That is why. And another person might say, "Oh, no, she said papada. I heard it." So, what does it mean? The vibration of this side became tallied or became telepathized to the vibration of that ear. So essentially, between the two people, one person's eardrum did not vibrate, other person's eardrum vibrated. So definitely you can see that if your ear did not vibrate, you can't talk about hearing. So that is why you said that I didn't hear, because your eardrum didn't vibrate. But the other person, the other friend's ear vibrated. So therefore he says, yes, I heard that sound. So the word papadang for the person who has tasted it will give rise to the complete picture as I mentioned earlier. But for somebody who has never tasted it, it is just a sound, isn't it? For somebody from the Western countries where the food patterns are completely different, who has never visited such places where this type of food is being served, it's something brand new. It's just a sound. Might even wonder, is it a food or is it some other a person's name? Is it some machinery or is it some name of an animal? So many things, so many queries might come. So because there are no older conceptions, older perceptions about this, there's no complete mental picture in the person who has never heard the word papada. But for a person who is very familiar, instant mental picture will come up. Not only that, so many other stories will be woven around that, isn't it? Oh, my favorite food is papada. I liked it from my childhood, and my son also likes in the same way. We are preparing it almost several times a week because we like it so much, and it is made up of these raw materials, and I prefer this particular brand. Now see the story woven around that thought. So papadang has become real to you. Real papadang means you are there. And real papadang means there are defilements coming up with that. Oh, I love papadang. I can eat a full plate of rice if papadang is there. I always tell my mom to prepare some papadang. So these are all stories, isn't it? All are thoughts. all are real thoughts. Well, real, thinking as if real. But actually, what happened was it was a vibration of the ear becoming equal to another vibration. So that was a pure mechanism that happened there. So these things actually you have to analyze. And when these thoughts are real, the self feeling, the feeling that I am existing, I am the one who is experiencing is inevitable. Mind you, now you don't need all five senses or at least 2, 3 senses to uh, feel existing. We know that there are some animals like worms who do not have uh, so many senses. They have mainly the skin function. Even the earthworm feels that it is alive. The earthworm feels that it is existing. So therefore, it loves its life, isn't it? When when there's a danger, we know that in paddy fields sometimes when they are doing the turning of the soil, so many worms are being exposed, and we know that the birds are just flocking around to find them and eat them. And what happens? They will quickly burrow inside and go inside the soil to escape from these predators. So that is because the worm feels that it is existing. Worm feels that it is alive. Worm born to save its life. So irrespective of the size of the living being, irrespective of the number of senses which are there, the living beings feel that they are alive, and also they want to survive. They don't want to die. So they want to maintain this life. That is the self-perception. So self-perception is hiding everywhere. It can come up in various masks. It can come up in various faces. You should be skilled enough to identify the way that the self is surfacing, self is coming up. Right at the beginning, you might be able to pick them up, identify them up as the large scale defilements. Lots of mothers come to the Zoom and say that I don't get angry like I used to be. I was very demanding and I was craving for these things, and now I am not. But actually, that is just a very small step in Dhamma. There is a longer way to go. It's not difficult to identify these gross level things at the beginning. So you shouldn't be actually happy and try to stop at that level. This is something that happens very often uh, in our Dhamma friends. When they feel some relaxed nature in their mind, when these gross defilements are fading off, they are quite sort of feeling relaxed and uh, happy and contented. They think that I am okay now. I don't feel angry. I don't uh, get that craving that I used to have. So certainly it's not the end. It is just a very gross level only. You know that we are in other religions also. This calmness can come up uh, uh, anybody, a person who tries to be good, who has a faith about God, will continue to do good things. And by doing good things, there is some sort of satisfied and happy feeling inside. So when that happy and sort of relaxed feel is there, uh, it's it is felt as if that I have reached the end. Actually, that is very temporary. If something unexpected, drastic happens, that happiness will just disappear. We know that now, for example, we can say that there are people, there are philanthropists who are very helpful to the society, who are spending their own money for various projects and various kinds of donations. So when they do like that, they feel happy actually. But it's not that happiness that we are explaining in Dhamma, in Buddhist teaching. You should not have an excitement on this side by doing such things. That is the most important thing. Whatever you do, you must never have that excitement within you. Uddipane, in Sinhala we call it Uddipane. So Uddipane should not be there with whatever you are doing. If you are doing something correct, that's okay. So this is where the four things that we explain, the metta, mudita, karuna, upekha, four things come. So metta is your compassion and karuna is your kindness. Mudita means you can see the other person improving. That means maybe improving better than you, mudita. So you have no jealousy. That is the basic idea. There's no jealousy. And upekha means equanimity. Whatever happens, your level is kind of zero. So these are in Pali called Satara Brahma Viharana. These should be the kind of the nature, these should be the kind of the qualities of a person who is going in the Dhamma path. Now we talk about the metta. We used to do metta meditation. We used to spread metta to all 6 directions. We said that, may I be happy, may I be free of any ill wills, may I be like that. And then you spread it, may all the living beings in the direction of the south be well and happy, and may they be free of any ailments. So you continue like that. So there, what is the difference in this metta bhavana and the metta bhavana that we are talking about? Actually, what I mentioned earlier, where there's a person, myself is here. May I be also free of all these defilements, and then thereafter, may all of you be free of these defilements. That is a basic thing that we used to do. So, what happens? The self is very well preserved, isn't it? Self is very well preserved, and then you are trying to spread that metta or the compassion to the world or the living beings. This type of metta meditation has been done and is being doing even now by all the religions, most of the religions, I would say. So there should be a difference between this and what Lord Buddha explained, isn't it? So right now what we practice is what was taught and what was expected by Lord Buddha. Actually, the previous type of metta meditation, Lord Buddha didn't disagree. That's because we know that the people who listened to this Buddhist teaching, they were all non-Buddhists. And they had their own religions, own beliefs. And they used to meditate in that way, saying that wishing to the self first and then wishing to the rest of the world. So if Lord Buddha disagreed to these things, there will be a kind of uprising. they might say, how can you say it is wrong? So Lord Buddha was very tactful. He didn't want to sort of oppose what the people were doing. So he, in a very tactful way, brought them forward. So what did he say? The metta, if there is a person here and then spreading the metta, then that means the self-existence is there. Self is there. But what should be done? When the self is not here on this side, you will be able to understand, or you will be able to focus more clearly about the other person. So when this power on this side is zero, your judgments about the other person, other system is also gone. There's no judgment, then purely this system becomes that system. So the way that the system is understood will help you to do a better, much better metta meditation, and then spread the metta in the proper way. So similarly about the karuna or the kindness. So similarly, if there is no person here on this side, I'm not talking about not having a physical body, I'm talking about the spiritual level. So when there is no vibration on this side, that means the kindness that you are showing the other system will be in the maximum level and very much uh, appreciated by the other system, very much taken up. You really feel that. The system really feels about that kindness. So there is no excitation, no upadana on this side. No uddipane, sorry, there is no uddipane or excitation on this side. And it's only the other person's weave that is what is fed. So metta, karuna, mudita, as I said, mudita again, the jealousy. The jealousy is going to be there if the self is here on this side. That is how the judgment comes when the person is here on this side. So when the jealousy is there, that is where you can't talk about the mudita. Opposite of the jealousy is the mudita, isn't it? So what is meant by that is you feel happy about the upcoming or the progression of the other system. Now, when there's no self here, when there's no vibration on this side, definitely the system can feel the kind of happiness about the other system who is progressing. So that is the mudita, and equanimity is that upeksha. Whatever happens, it's going to be a neutral feeling. So in all these four, Aryan Mahasi very clearly said that there shouldn't be an excitation or uddipana on this side. In other words, if there is a vibration on this side, if there is a current left on this side, actually you definitely have an excitation, isn't it? Now when you spread metta, you feel happy sometimes. That's very good. I could spread metta to the others. I could spread my compassion to the others. And similarly about the other things, I have been very kind to them. So my kindness is great. I have never been jealous about anybody. I always promote their progression and I always help and support their life. So then the person is here on this side who is feeling excited about it, isn't it? And similarly, the upeka, if there is a person on this side, actually speaking, you do not have the equanimity. You can't experience that real equanimity when there is a person. If you say that I feel equanimity, I feel upeksha with all these things happening, I don't mind. That is a kind of a duplicate equanimity, I would say. So, this is actually when there is a person, when the person is here, or when the system is alive, or when the vibration, in other words, a better word will be when the vibrations are left on this side. These Satara Brahma Viharana actually can't be really experienced. You can't talk about the Satara Brahma Viharana, those four I mentioned, if there is a person, if the system is alive, or if the system has this current. So this Uddipanaya, or this current which is there, that is yourself. That is the self. So it's very clear. The self is there wherever that current is felt. So focusing on that is the most difficult thing. And that is a very fine thing, I would say. As I said, most people can identify that large scale defilements. And as I said, many people are happy. They think that everything is okay. And they do not find the minor currents actually. They do not, they find only the major currents, which is easier to find. But the minor currents, particularly things like less than 100 watts, almost undetectable. So that is where the noble friend's help is needed. That is what Lord Buddha used to do when he was there. Every day he used to have discussions with the monks. And there were so many lay people who used to come to see him and listen to his deshana. And essentially, Lord Buddha spoke to the monks every day in a late evening meeting. So all were supposed to tell their experiences. All were supposed to discuss the areas that they were not clear. That is what was mentioned in Sinhalese, the Kamatahan Suddha Kirima. Kamatahana means, or in Karmasthana, or Kamatahana, those are Sinhala words and also the Pali words, same, means the stimuli which gives rise to the highest current that you can recognize. Or in other words, the stimuli which gives rise to the feeling of the self in the maximum way. So we know that the current and the self feel both are same. So whatever the stimuli, it's important to identify, and it has to be done by the system itself. No outsider might be able to find it out. So you explore yourself and find out what are the stimuli that gives rise to the highest current or highest level of defilements or the highest feel that yourself is there. So identifying such things was one of the reasons for Lord Buddha's these regular meetings. So the monks might come out with various various stimuli that or the various experiences, and Lord Buddha will help them to clarify. So your stimulus or your kamatana may be something major like your spouse or a child or a grandchild or a house, vehicle, job, and property. Anything can be like that. And if you feel that there's nothing major at that level like that, just find out whether there are simpler things, simpler kamatahan that you might come across. It may be something simple like your room, something simple like a chair that you are every day using to sit. If somebody else sits on that, or if the cushion is torn or something like that, that may be your kamatahana. Sometimes you know that when we go out, whatever the comfortable stay we had, by third, fourth day, we want to go back home. Why? Because home is one of the kamatahana, isn't it? You want to go back because the home, your routine environment, your familiar environment has become a thing to you. So more how strong it is decided depending on the level of the perceptions. So you try to go there. Maybe you have visited a child's place. After a week or two, you will say, I want to go home now. So this is the nature of the mind actually, trying to cling on to something. So identifying these facts, the kamatahan is important, and those can be used as the yardstick to measure how your defilements are fading. Sometimes simple things like the the cup that you are drinking water or your pair of old slippers. So these may be a kamatahana. And also we know that the kamatahan can change with time. Something that was a kamatahana earlier has become insignificant now, but something new has come up. So these are the practical ways or the practical aspects of the Dhamma. Identify your kamatahana and then focus on that. When that happens again and again, see the fire that is coming up in you. Now, if there is a change, see how the fire is rolling in you. Now, when you come home, you find that your pair of slippers is being used by a guest. Particularly the person who is not very clean enough is wearing your pair of slippers. And maybe the person has some skin rash also in the legs. What will be your response? What will be the fire within you? It will be really bad, isn't it? Why did he wear my pair of slippers? So there's a self here who is owning the slippers, and his feet are dirty and he has a skin rash also. I also might get it. I don't want that pair of slippers. I have to buy a new pair. Now this is your drama now. The episode of the drama in your mind. And what was it? Just a vibration of the I. But see how far it went up. Now these are some simple things, simple kamatahan. And also the importance is that as long as the things are flowing very smoothly, the way that you like, you will not uh, realize the fire within you. You think that I am very calm and quiet, no problems at all. You might come to the Zoom and say to Aranvasa, I have no fire at all with any of the things. I'm living alone and I'm listening to Dhamma always from morning to night. I'm listening to Dhamma and no fire is coming up. So sometimes Aranvasa says, without staying inside the house, why don't you go out? Just see how the sleeping self is waking up. Very true. All of a sudden, you have to go to a hospital or maybe to a bank for something. And you are not given the priority even if you are an old person. A youngish fellow will uh, bypass the queue and go to the counter and get what he wanted. And see situations like that. And sometimes if you are going in the bus, the way that the conductor treats you, the way that the conductor talks to you, the way that he was not sympathetic enough about you getting down at the correct place. They miss the bus halt and drop you uh, about another bus halt away from here, and then you have to walk that distance. Now, these are some of the incidents that will help you to uh, find out the fires within you. These are not obvious as long as you stay in a very calm and quiet environment. So you have to sort of stir yourself and then find out what is sedimented at the base. So stirring is done by different types of incidents that can happen uh, anytime. So do not try to put a correct mark in front of you saying that I have no defilements, I have no fires at all. There are plenty, you can find plenty within you. Sometimes about your profession, even though you are a retired person now, you expect that respect from the village, or when you go back to that working station, or when you go to a kind of a get together where the people who worked with you are coming. If you do not get that respect, see how that ego is rising up. Now, these are some of the small things that you can explore yourself. Always let the things happen, let the challenges come in your way, and be thankful for the people who are giving the challenges rather than being angry. Now, you might say, this person is coming and disturbing my Dhamma listening always. She's coming just for a chat and taking my valuable time. So I'm just trying to find out various examples. One of them might match you. And if there's nothing else, sometimes the self may be coming in a different costume, different disguised way about Dhamma or Nirvana. A person, a self who wants to attain Nirvana by somehow in this birth, a person who doesn't want to die soon because still the understanding of the Dhamma is not complete. A person who wants to listen to all the Dhamma sermons and try to understand uh, everything. And a person or a self who is not keen on asking questions from